Before Luke Skywalker ever held a lightsaber, before the Empire even existed, the galaxy belonged to someone else entirely. And that someone built their empire on pure evil. This story starts 36,000 years before anyone knew the name Skywalker. Back then, the galaxy was a wild place filled with species nobody remembers and powers nobody understands. But something was watching, something was choosing, and that something changed everything. They called them the Tho-Yor, massive pyramid ships that appeared from nowhere, moving through space without any visible means of propulsion. These weren't built by any known civilization. They seemed older than starlight itself, constructed from materials that defied explanation. The ships had one purpose that became clear when they started gathering people. Not just any people. Force-sensitive beings from hundreds of different worlds found themselves drawn to these mysterious vessels. The Tho-Yor didn't communicate through words or signals. Instead, they reached out through the Force itself, calling to those who could feel its power. Families were separated. Entire communities watched as their most gifted members simply walked aboard these alien ships and disappeared into the stars. The destination was a planet called Tython, hidden in the deep core where space itself seemed different. Tython pulsed with force energy so strong it could be felt from orbit. The world's very existence changed those who lived there, making them more sensitive to the cosmic power that flowed through all living things. When the Tho-Yor finally deposited their passengers on this mysterious world, something new began. These refugees from 100 worlds called themselves the Jedi. They weren't Jedi yet. That name wouldn't exist for another 10,000 years. The Jedi believed in balance above all else. They taught that the Force had two sides that needed equal attention. Ashla represented light, peace, and healing. Bogan embodied darkness, passion, and strength. To the Jedi, using only one side made you incomplete. Their temples reflected this philosophy. Some stood in brilliant sunlight, dedicated to Ashla's teachings. Others lurked in shadow, where students learned to harness Bogan's power. The Jedi moved freely between both, drawing strength from light and dark in equal measure. They saw the Force as a river with two banks, and wisdom meant learning to navigate both sides. While the Jedi built their balanced society on Tython, another power was rising in the galaxy. The Rakata had discovered something that would change the nature of warfare forever. They learned to build technology powered by the dark side of the Force itself. Their ships didn't need fuel. Their weapons drew energy from hatred and fear. Their entire civilization ran on suffering. The infinite empire spread like a plague across the stars. Rakatan fleets appeared in system after system, demanding surrender or promising destruction. Species that resisted found their worlds stripped of resources and their populations enslaved. Those who submitted became vassals, forced to provide tribute and soldiers for the next conquest. Within 5,000 years, the Rakata controlled most of the known galaxy. Their technology was beyond anything that came before or since. The Starforge, their greatest creation, could build entire fleets using the raw materials of stars. Space stations the size of moons orbited Rakatan worlds, each one capable of producing weapons that could crack planets. They didn't just conquer territories, they reshaped entire solar systems to serve their needs. But the dark side always demands a price. The Rakata became addicted to the power their technology provided. Generations of using dark side artifacts changed them, making them more aggressive and less capable of rational thought. Their empire began eating itself from within, with different factions turning their terrible weapons on each other. On a desert world called Korriban, the native Sith species watched the Rakatan advance with growing alarm. These weren't the Sith that would later terrorize the galaxy. They were a proud people with their own culture and traditions, ruled by King Adas. When Rakatan scouts arrived demanding submission, Adas gave them a different answer. The war that followed showed what happened when unstoppable force met immovable object. Rakatan technology was superior, but the Sith fought on their home ground with desperate courage. King Adas led his people in battle after battle, using primitive weapons against enemies who commanded the power of stars. Against all odds, the Sith won. The victory came at a terrible cost. Korriban was left a wasteland, its surface scarred by weapons that burned hotter than suns. The surviving Sith couldn't rebuild their old civilization on a world that could barely support life. They relocated to Ziost, turning their former home into a holy site where kings and heroes were buried in massive tombs. During these ancient times, other beings moved through the galaxy like gods among mortals. The Celestials wielded power that made both Rakata and Sith look like children playing with toys. They moved stars to create perfect solar systems. They built structures that spanned entire sectors of space. They shaped the galaxy itself according to plans nobody else could understand. The Celestials left behind artifacts that would influence galactic history for millennia. Space stations that existed outside normal time. Computers that could predict the future with perfect accuracy. Weapons that could destroy or create life on a planetary scale. But the Celestials themselves vanished, leaving only legends and ruins to mark their passing. Back on Tython, the Jedi faced a crisis that would define the future of the galaxy. For thousands of years, they had maintained the balance between Ashla and Bogan. Students learned to draw power from both light and dark, keeping the Force in perfect equilibrium. But balance is fragile, and even small changes can tip everything into chaos. The problem started with philosophical differences that seemed minor at first. Some Jedi began arguing that Ashla deserved more attention than Bogan. Light was creative and nurturing, they said, while darkness only destroyed. Others countered that Bogan provided strength and passion, qualities that Ashla's followers were too weak to appreciate. These debates might have remained academic if not for the discovery of ancient Rakatan artifacts. When Jedi scholars studied Infinite Empire technology, they found themselves changed by exposure to pure dark side energy. Some became obsessed with the power these devices could provide. Others were horrified by the corruption they sensed and demanded that all such artifacts be destroyed. The philosophical divide became a practical one as different groups sought to claim or eliminate the dangerous relics. The Force Wars began around 25,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. What started as scholarly disagreements became open conflict between Jedi factions. Ashla followers built armies to purge dark side corruption from Tython. Bogan adherents gathered weapons to protect themselves from what they saw as narrow-minded fanatics. The balanced society that had lasted for millennia tore itself apart. The war devastated Tython in ways that went beyond physical destruction. The planet's force-sensitive nature amplified the conflict, turning every battle into a wound in reality itself. Entire regions became uninhabitable as competing energies clashed and mutated the landscape. Ancient temples cracked and fell. Knowledge accumulated over 10,000 years was lost in moments. When the smoke finally cleared, the survivors faced a choice that would echo through galactic history. They could try to rebuild the old ways, seeking balance between light and dark. Or they could choose a different path, one that might prevent such destruction from ever happening again. The choice they made created the Jedi Order. The Jedi rejected the Jedi philosophy of balance. They had seen what happened when people tried to use both sides of the Force equally. The dark side was too seductive, too corrupting. Even well-intentioned individuals could fall to its influence, especially when exposed to artifacts like those left behind by the Rakata. Better to focus entirely on the light and leave darkness alone. This decision shaped everything that followed. The Jedi became guardians of peace and justice, but they also became vulnerable to the very darkness they rejected. By refusing to understand the dark side, they left themselves unprepared for enemies who embraced it completely. The Sith would eventually exploit this weakness, but that catastrophe was still thousands of years in the future. The newly formed Jedi Order left Tython behind, establishing temples on worlds like Ossus, where they could spread their teachings without the planet's chaotic force influences. They became wandering peacekeepers, using their powers to help those in need and resolve conflicts through negotiation rather than force. It was noble work that attracted idealistic individuals from across the galaxy. Meanwhile, civilizations in the core worlds were discovering the secrets of hyperspace travel. The Corellians, always master shipbuilders, managed to reverse engineer Rakatan hyperdrive technology. These new engines allowed ships to jump across the galaxy in hours rather than decades, opening possibilities that had never existed before. Trade routes connected distant worlds. Information flowed between star systems. The galaxy began shrinking. The Galactic Republic emerged from this new connectivity. In 25,053 years before the Battle of Yavin, representatives from the core worlds gathered on Coruscant to sign the Galactic Constitution. This document created a democratic government that would last for over 25,000 years, longer than most species had existed. The Republic started small, representing only a few dozen systems around the galactic center. But its democratic ideals and economic opportunities attracted new members constantly. Within a few centuries, the Republic included thousands of member worlds, each contributing their unique strengths to the growing civilization. When Republic scouts finally encountered the Jedi Order on Ossus, both groups recognized kindred spirits. The Republic needed peacekeepers to mediate disputes between member worlds. The Jedi needed a government that shared their commitment to justice and protection of the innocent. Their alliance began a partnership that would define galactic civilization for millennia. The Jedi became the Republic's conscience, intervening when local conflicts threatened to spiral out of control. They negotiated trade disputes, mediated territorial disagreements, and protected citizens from those who would exploit or harm them. In return, the Republic provided resources and legitimacy, allowing the Jedi to operate freely throughout civilized space. This golden age seemed like it would last forever. The Republic grew stronger with each passing century, adding new members and expanding its influence. The Jedi spread their teachings of peace and compassion, training new generations to serve as guardians of justice. The dark side seemed like a relic of the past, a primitive force that enlightened beings had outgrown. But darkness never truly disappears. It just waits for the right moment to return. The seeds of future conflicts were already planted in choices made during these ancient times. The Jedi's rejection of balance would eventually create enemies who embraced imbalance completely. The Republic's success would breed corruption and complacency. And somewhere in the galaxy, the descendants of the Rakata were learning new ways to use the dark side. The age of the Jedi was ending, but their legacy would influence everything that followed. The Force wars they fought established patterns that would repeat throughout galactic history. The choices they made about light and darkness would echo in every conflict between Jedi and Sith. And the balance they abandoned would become the key to the galaxy's ultimate salvation, though that salvation was still tens of thousands of years away. For now, peace reigned. The Jedi and Republic worked together to build a civilization based on justice and cooperation. Hyperspace routes connected distant worlds in a web of trade and communication. The galaxy had never been more united or prosperous. It was the dawn of a new age, one that would last until the very foundations of the Republic began to crack under the weight of their own success. The Galactic Republic was barely 1,000 years old when someone decided to burn it all down. The good news was that someone failed, but their attempt revealed cracks in the foundation that would never fully heal. His name was Jim the Despot, and he had a simple dream. He wanted to rule the galaxy through fear, violence, and absolute control. What made this particularly dangerous was that he had the military strength to make it happen. While the Republic was still figuring out how to govern a few dozen core worlds, Jim was conquering everything he could reach in the Outer Rim. The Tionese warlord started his empire around 25,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. This was shortly before the Republic even existed, which means Zim was building his war machine while the core worlds were still arguing about trade agreements and constitutional language. By the time the Republic signed its founding documents, Jim controlled dozens of star systems and showed no signs of slowing down. Zim understood something that the peaceful Republic founders had forgotten. Power comes from the barrel of a blaster, and whoever has the biggest army gets to make the rules. His fleets swept through the Outer Rim like a plague, demanding surrender from every system they encountered. Worlds that submitted were incorporated into his empire. Those that resisted were bombed into submission or simply erased. The warlord's methods were brutal beyond anything the galaxy had seen since the Rakata. Zim's soldiers didn't just conquer planets. They enslaved entire populations, strip-mined valuable resources, and left behind empty husks where thriving civilizations once existed. His empire became a machine designed to feed on suffering and turn it into military strength. But Jim made one critical mistake. He picked a fight with the Hutts. The Hutt crime families had been building their own power base for centuries, using cunning and corruption instead of direct military force. They controlled trade routes, bought politicians, and accumulated wealth on a scale that rivaled entire governments. When Jim's expansion reached their territory, the Hutts decided this upstart warlord needed to be stopped. The battles of Vontor became the first major test of whether criminal syndicates could stand against conventional armies. Hutt leader Cossack assembled a coalition that included hired mercenaries, allied species, and every dirty trick the crime families had learned over generations. The fighting was vicious, with both sides committing atrocities that would be remembered for millennia. Zim lost everything at Vontor. His fleets were shattered, his armies destroyed, and his empire collapsed in a matter of weeks. The warlord himself was captured by Cossack and spent his remaining years as a prisoner, a living reminder of what happened to those who challenged Hutt power. The Outer Rim breathed easier, but the Republic learned a troubling lesson about the galaxy beyond their borders. The Tyrannese War followed a few centuries later as the Republic finally moved to clean up Zim's mess. Remnants of his empire had survived in scattered systems, some still loyal to his memory, and others simply too stubborn to accept new authority. The Republic's military response was overwhelming and decisive, but it came with a cost that nobody anticipated. The Jedi Order watched in horror as Republic forces used tactics that Zim himself would have approved. Civilian populations were targeted to break enemy morale. Prisoners were executed rather than processed. Entire worlds were blockaded until starvation forced surrender. The Republic won the war, but they lost something more valuable in the process. For the first time since their alliance began, the Jedi questioned whether the Republic deserved their support. The organization they had pledged to serve was acting like the very tyrants they were supposed to oppose. Many Jedi withdrew from Republic service, returning to their temples to meditate on what they had witnessed. The partnership that seemed unbreakable suddenly looked fragile. The crisis passed when Republic leaders recognized their mistakes and implemented reforms designed to prevent future atrocities. The Jedi gradually returned to their role as peacekeepers, but the relationship had changed. Trust, once given freely, now came with conditions and oversight. Both sides learned that even the closest allies could disappoint each other. During these early millennia, the Republic focused on expansion and infrastructure development. Hyperspace routes like the Perlemian trade route and Corellian Run connected distant sectors, allowing goods and information to flow freely between member worlds. These trade arteries became the circulatory system of galactic civilization, pumping economic lifeblood to every corner of Republic space. The Great Manifest Period marked the Republic's golden age of exploration and growth. From 20,000 to 17,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, Republic scouts pushed into previously unknown regions, making contact with hundreds of new species and establishing colonies on thousands of worlds. It seemed like the galaxy had room for everyone, and peaceful coexistence was not just possible, but inevitable. That optimism died during the Pius Dea Crusades. The Pius Dea started as a religious movement that preached human superiority and alien inferiority. Their early leaders were charismatic speakers who blamed the Republic's problems on non-human influences. According to their doctrine, humans were the galaxy's chosen people, destined to rule over lesser species who couldn't understand concepts like democracy or justice. It was poison disguised as patriotism. Chancellor Contespex brought this ideology into the Republic's highest office around 12,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. Under his leadership, the Pius Dea transformed from a fringe religious group into the controlling faction of the galactic government. Their holy wars began almost immediately, targeting alien species and rival powers with fanatical determination. The Crusades lasted for over 1,000 years, making them the longest continuous conflict in Republic history. Pius Dia fleets attacked any system that refused to accept human dominance, turning the government into a weapon of species warfare. Alien members of the Republic found themselves branded as enemies or second-class citizens. The democratic ideals that founded the government were twisted into tools of oppression. These weren't military campaigns in any traditional sense. They were acts of genocide carried out with religious fervor. Entire species were wiped from existence because they failed to meet Pius Dea standards of genetic purity. Worlds that had been Republic members for centuries were invaded and occupied by their own government. The core worlds became echo chambers where only human voices were allowed to speak. The alien populations of the Outer Rim learned to fear and hate the Republic during this period. Generations grew up seeing Republic ships as harbingers of death rather than symbols of peace. The trust that had taken millennia to build was destroyed in decades of systematic brutality. Even after the Crusades ended, this resentment would influence galactic politics for thousands of years. The Jedi found themselves in an impossible position during the Pius Dia era. Many of their own members were human, but their principles demanded opposition to genocide and oppression. Some Jedi supported the Crusades, believing that strong leadership was necessary for galactic stability. Others went into exile rather than serve a government that had abandoned its founding values. The crisis finally ended when moderate senators allied with Jedi leaders to orchestrate a political revolution. They exposed the worst excesses of Pius Dia rule, rallied opposition from surviving alien populations, and gradually built a coalition strong enough to challenge the religious fanatics. The process took decades, but eventually the Pius Dia were removed from power and a more secular government was restored. The Republic tried to bury the memory of what they had done during the Crusades. Official histories were rewritten to minimize the scope of the atrocities. Records were sealed or destroyed to prevent future scholars from documenting the full extent of the genocide. The government that prided itself on transparency and accountability became experts at covering up their darkest chapter. But victims don't forget, even when perpetrators want to move on. The Outer Rim species that survived the Crusades passed down stories of Republic brutality through oral traditions that preserved every detail of their suffering. These memories would fuel rebellions and separatist movements for millennia, creating enemies that the Republic never fully understood because they refused to acknowledge their own crimes. Around 7,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, as the Republic was still recovering from the Pius Dia disaster, a new threat emerged in the Outer Rim. The Tong species, ancient enemies of humans from the days when both groups fought over Coruscant, had found a new home and a new purpose. They were about to become the most feared warriors in galactic history. The Tong army that settled on a nameless Outer Rim world was led by a warlord who took the title Mandalore the First. This wasn't just a name, but a sacred position that would be passed down through generations of warrior leaders. The planet they claimed was renamed Mandalore in honor of their chief, becoming the center of a culture built around conquest and honor. These early Mandalorians were different from the mixed-species warriors they would eventually become. The original Mandalorians were exclusively Tong, a species that had been shaped by centuries of warfare against human expansion on Coruscant. They brought with them a military tradition that valued strength above all else and saw conflict as the natural state of existence. The Mandalorian way of life revolved around the concept of the eternal crusade. Peace was seen as weakness, something that made warriors soft and civilizations vulnerable. The only way to prove your worth was through combat, either against external enemies or among your own people. This philosophy turned every Mandalorian into a potential soldier and every conflict into a test of character. Their expansion began almost immediately after settlement. Mandalorian raiding parties struck at nearby systems, testing defenses and gathering resources for larger campaigns. They weren't interested in governing the territories they conquered. Instead, they took what they needed and moved on, leaving behind populations that had learned to fear the distinctive armor and weapons of Tong warriors. The Fenelar species became one of the Mandalorians' first victims, completely driven to extinction during the 61st century before the Battle of Yavin. Worlds like Shogun and Tlon were ravaged by Mandalorian raids that left nothing but ruins and mass graves. These attacks weren't random violence, but calculated campaigns designed to spread fear and establish Mandalorian dominance over entire sectors. What made the Mandalorians particularly dangerous was their adaptability. Unlike other warrior cultures that relied on traditional weapons and tactics, the Mandalorians constantly improved their equipment and strategies. They studied their enemies, learned from their defeats, and incorporated the best ideas from every civilization they encountered. This made them stronger with each campaign. The Republic leadership watched these developments with growing alarm. The Mandalorians represented everything the Republic opposed, a culture that glorified violence and rejected diplomatic solutions. But they were also far from the core worlds, operating in regions where Republic authority was weak or non-existent. For now, they seemed like someone else's problem. The Jedi were less optimistic about the Mandalorian threat. Their ability to sense disturbances in the Force told them that these warriors were connected to larger patterns of conflict that would eventually engulf the galaxy. But the Jedi Council was reluctant to take preemptive action against a people who hadn't directly threatened Republic territory. This restraint would later prove costly. The early Republic era established patterns that would repeat throughout galactic history. Expansion brought prosperity, but also created new enemies. Religious extremism could corrupt even the most democratic institutions. Military strength was necessary for survival, but it could also become a tool of oppression. And somewhere in the Outer Rim, warrior cultures were always rising to challenge whatever peace the core worlds managed to achieve. The Jedi learned that their role as peacekeepers was more complicated than they had originally believed. Sometimes keeping peace required fighting wars. Sometimes serving justice meant opposing the very government they had sworn to protect. And sometimes the greatest threats came from within rather than from external enemies. The Republic discovered that democracy was fragile and required constant vigilance to maintain. The pious Dea Crusades showed how quickly fear and hatred could overwhelm rational discourse. The Taiwanese War demonstrated that military victory without moral authority was meaningless. And the rise of the Mandalorians proved that enemies would always emerge to test the Republic's resolve. These lessons would be forgotten and relearned countless times over the next 25,000 years. Each generation would face similar challenges and make similar mistakes, convinced that their situation was unique and their solutions were permanent. The cycle of peace and war, prosperity and crisis, expansion and contraction would continue until the Republic itself finally collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. But for now, The early Republic endured. They had survived their first major crises and emerged stronger, if not wiser. The galaxy was vast, full of opportunities and dangers in equal measure. And in the far future, their struggles would create the foundation for both the Empire's rise and the Rebellion's ultimate victory. The Jedi Order was about to make the biggest mistake in galactic history, and they did it with the best of intentions. What they thought was an act of mercy would eventually create enemies powerful enough to destroy everything they had built. The Second Great Schism started with a simple question that had a terrible answer. A group of Jedi began asking whether the Force could be used to create life itself. This wasn't theoretical philosophy. These Jedi were conducting actual experiments, using dark side alchemy to merge different species and craft entirely new forms of life. Their laboratories became chambers of horror where the screams of their test subjects echoed through the night. The creatures they created were abominations that violated every natural law. Living weapons with multiple heads and razor-sharp claws. Intelligent beings twisted into mindless killing machines. Hybrid monsters that combine the worst traits of different species into single organisms designed for destruction. These dark Jedi believed they were pushing the boundaries of scientific knowledge, but they were actually opening doorways to forces that should have remained sealed. The mainstream Jedi Order discovered these experiments purely by accident. A routine inspection of a remote temple uncovered laboratories filled with cages containing creatures that defied description. The investigating Jedi Masters were horrified by what they found. But their horror turned to rage when they realized these atrocities had been committed by their own brothers and sisters. The confrontation that followed split the Jedi Order down the middle. The experimenters argued that their research was necessary to understand the full scope of the Force. They claimed that avoiding the dark side out of fear was cowardice, and that true wisdom required embracing all aspects of power. The Orthodox Jedi countered that some knowledge was too dangerous to pursue and that the dark side corrupted everything it touched. What started as philosophical debate became open warfare when the dark Jedi refused to abandon their experiments. They had tasted power beyond anything the light side could offer, and they weren't willing to give it up for the sake of moral squeamishness. The monsters they had created became their first army, unleashed against Jedi temples across the galaxy. The 100-year darkness earned its name honestly. For an entire century, the galaxy burned as former allies turned their weapons against each other. Jedi who had trained together, fought together, and saved each other's lives countless times, now sought to destroy everything their opponents represented. It was civil war in its purest and most destructive form. The Dark Jedi proved surprisingly effective at conventional warfare. Their willingness to use forbidden techniques gave them advantages that Orthodox Jedi couldn't match. They could turn enemy soldiers into mindless slaves with Sith alchemy. They could summon creatures from the depths of space to serve as living weapons. Most importantly, they could tap into emotions like anger and hatred to fuel powers that the light side simply couldn't provide. But the dark side always demands a price for its gifts. The fallen Jedi found themselves changing as they used these techniques, becoming more aggressive and less rational with each battle. They started seeing enemies everywhere, even among their own allies. Paranoia and suspicion replaced trust and cooperation. Their greatest strength became their greatest weakness as they turned on each other almost as often as they fought the Orthodox Jedi. The Orthodox Jedi faced their own challenges during this conflict. Their commitment to peace and justice made them reluctant to use the ruthless tactics that warfare demanded. They tried to capture rather than kill their fallen brothers, hoping to redeem them through compassion and understanding. This mercy prolonged the war and cost countless innocent lives, but it also preserved the moral foundation that would eventually allow the Jedi to rebuild. The Republic found itself caught between two factions that both claimed to represent the same ideals. Government officials struggled to understand how their most trusted peacekeepers had become enemies of each other. Some systems chose sides based on which group of Jedi had helped them in the past. Others simply waited to see which faction would emerge victorious before declaring their loyalty. The war's turning point came when the Orthodox Jedi finally abandoned their attempts at redemption and committed to total victory. They realized that their fallen brothers had gone too far down the dark path to be saved, and that continued mercy would only lead to more suffering. This decision went against everything the Jedi believed about the possibility of redemption, but sometimes survival requires compromise with principle. The Battle of Korbos marked the end of organized dark Jedi resistance. This dusty mining world became the site of the war's final engagement, where the last major concentration of fallen Jedi made their stand against overwhelming odds. The battle was brutal even by the standards of a conflict that had already seen too much bloodshed. The Dark Jedi fought with the desperation of beings who knew they had nowhere left to run. They unleashed every monster they had created, every forbidden technique they had learned, every ounce of dark side power they could channel. The mining tunnels of Korbos became a maze of death where both sides suffered losses that would be felt for generations. When the smoke finally cleared, the Orthodox Jedi stood victorious but traumatized by what they had been forced to do. The surviving Dark Jedi were captured and brought before a tribunal that would decide their fate. According to the traditions of both the Jedi Order and the Republic, these war criminals should have been executed for their crimes against nature and civilization. Instead, the victors made a decision that seemed merciful at the time but would prove catastrophic in hindsight. Rather than executing the defeated Dark Jedi, they chose exile. The fallen warriors would be loaded onto ships and sent into the unknown regions, far from any civilized world where they could cause further harm. It was meant to be a fate worse than death, condemning them to wander the galaxy's edge until old age claimed them. Ajunta Pall emerged as the leader of these exiles. He had been one of the most powerful Dark Jedi during the war, a former student of Orthodox masters who had surpassed his teachers through forbidden study. His knowledge of Sith alchemy and dark side techniques made him the natural choice to guide his fellow outcasts through whatever trials awaited them in the unknown regions. The exile fleet departed known space carrying nearly 100 fallen Jedi and thousands of their followers, servants, and created monsters. Republic officials breathed sighs of relief as the ships disappeared into hyperspace, believing they had seen the last of these dangerous individuals. The Orthodox Jedi began the long process of rebuilding their order and healing the wounds left by civil war. But exile wasn't the end of the Dark Jedi story. It was just the beginning of something far worse. The exiles wandered the unknown regions for months, searching for a world where they could establish a new home. Many systems they encountered were uninhabitable or already claimed by hostile species. Food and supplies ran low as their ships pushed deeper into uncharted space, following hyperspace routes that existed only in ancient star maps of questionable accuracy. Then they found Korriban. The ancient homeworld of the Sith species had been largely abandoned since King Adas led his people to victory against the Rakata and then relocated to Ziost. What remained was a population of primitive Sith who revered their ancestral burial grounds but lacked the technology or organization to resist outside conquest. They were perfect victims for beings who had spent decades learning to dominate others through force and fear. The arrival of the Dark Jedi on Korriban was like the landing of gods among mortals. The native Sith had some connection to the Force, but nothing compared to the power wielded by trained Force users who had no moral restrictions on their abilities. Ajunta Pall and his followers could move objects with their minds, predict the future, and command lightning from the sky. To the Sith, these outsiders seemed like beings of pure magic. The conquest of Korriban was swift and relatively bloodless. The native Sith offered no meaningful resistance to beings who could kill with a gesture or heal with a touch. Instead, they welcomed the Dark Jedi as divine rulers who had come to lead them to greatness. This worship fed the exiles' egos and convinced them that their defeat by the Orthodox Jedi had been a temporary setback rather than a permanent judgment. Ajunta Pall declared himself the first Dark Lord of the Sith, taking the species' name as a title that would be passed down through generations of his successors. The other exiled Jedi became Sith Lords in their own right, ruling over different regions of Korriban and the surrounding systems. They began the process of transforming a primitive tribal society into a militaristic empire based on dark side principles. The new Sith Empire established its capital on Korriban, but quickly expanded to include other worlds in the region. Ziost became a major population center where former slaves learned to serve their new masters with fanatical devotion. Temples and academies rose on both worlds, dedicated to studying and teaching the dark arts that had been forbidden in Republic space. The Sith Lords spent decades codifying their beliefs into a coherent philosophy that could be passed down to future generations. They developed ranking systems that rewarded strength and punished weakness. They created training programs designed to produce warriors who would stop at nothing to achieve victory. Most importantly, they fostered a culture of revenge that would drive their descendants to seek vengeance against the Jedi who had exiled them. For over 1,000 years, the Sith Empire remained hidden in the unknown regions, growing stronger while the Republic believed them to be extinct. They developed new technologies, conquered new worlds, and trained new generations of dark side users who knew nothing of mercy or restraint. The exile that was supposed to end their threat instead gave them time and space to become more dangerous than their creators had ever imagined. Meanwhile, the Mandalorian Crusaders continued their own expansion across the Outer Rim. These warriors had perfected their culture of honor through combat, incorporating the best weapons and tactics from every enemy they defeated. Their raids became more organized and ambitious as they tested their strength against increasingly powerful opponents. The Mandalorians developed a reputation that preceded them wherever they went. Worlds that heard of their approach often surrendered without a fight, preferring negotiated tribute to the alternative of total destruction. Those that chose to resist learned why the Mandalorian war machine had never been defeated in open battle. Their technology evolved through constant warfare as they adapted equipment captured from defeated enemies. Mandalorian armor became legendary for its effectiveness, protecting warriors from everything except the most powerful weapons. Their ships incorporated the best designs from a dozen different species, creating a fleet that could match anything the Republic Navy could deploy. The Mandalorian Code of Honor prevented them from becoming simple pirates or raiders. They were conquerors who sought worthy opponents, not bullies who preyed on the weak. This philosophy would eventually bring them into conflict with both the Republic and the hidden Sith Empire, but for now, they were content to test themselves against the various powers of the Outer Rim. Both the Sith Empire and the Mandalorian Crusaders represented different responses to the Republic's dominance of galactic civilization. The Sith sought to replace Republic democracy with dark side authoritarianism. The Mandalorians wanted to prove their superiority through strength of arms. Both groups would eventually threaten everything the Republic had built, but their time had not yet come. The 100-year darkness established patterns that would repeat throughout galactic history. Good intentions could lead to terrible consequences. Mercy toward enemies could create greater threats than simple execution. And somewhere in the galaxy's dark corners, exiled forces were always gathering strength for their eventual return. The Orthodox Jedi rebuilt their order with new restrictions designed to prevent future schisms, but they couldn't eliminate the fundamental tension between light and dark that existed within the Force itself. The Republic expanded its borders and strengthened its defenses, but they couldn't protect themselves from enemies they didn't know existed. The stage was now set for conflicts that would dwarf the 100-year darkness in scope and destruction. The Sith Empire was preparing for its return to known space. The Mandalorian Crusaders were perfecting their war machine. And in the core worlds, a peaceful civilization was about to learn that some enemies never forget and never forgive. Two young treasure hunters were about to accidentally start the biggest war the galaxy had ever seen. The worst part was they had no idea what they were walking into until it was far too late to turn back. For over 1,000 years, the Sith Empire had been growing stronger in the unknown regions, while the Republic enjoyed peace and prosperity. The exiled Dark Jedi had built something monstrous on Korriban and Ziost, turning primitive Sith tribes into a militaristic civilization fueled by dark side power. Their temples rose like black monuments to hatred, filled with students learning to channel anger into devastating weapons. The Sith Lords who ruled this hidden empire made the original Dark Jedi look like amateurs. Dathka Graush turned himself into an undead abomination through Sith alchemy, ruling through fear and supernatural horror until his own followers finally assassinated him. Other Dark Lords experimented with forbidden techniques that pushed the boundaries of what the Force could accomplish, creating knowledge that would terrify even the most experienced Jedi Masters. By the time Marka Ragnos claimed the title of Dark Lord of the Sith, the Empire had reached what historians would later call its Golden Age. Ragnos ruled with absolute authority for over a century, expanding Sith territory and perfecting the dark arts that would eventually threaten the entire galaxy. His reign brought stability to a culture built on conflict, uniting the various Sith factions under a single vision of galactic conquest. But even the most powerful Dark Lords eventually die, and Ragnos' death created exactly the kind of succession crisis that Sith culture seemed designed to produce. Two ambitious lords emerged as the primary candidates to replace him. Naga Sadow believed the Sith should expand outward, conquering new territories and spreading their influence across the galaxy. Ludo Kresh favored consolidation, strengthening what they already controlled before attempting further expansion. The funeral of Marka Ragnos became a battleground where these competing philosophies clashed in front of the assembled Sith hierarchy. As the two rivals argued over their dead master's legacy, something impossible happened. The spirit of Ragnos himself manifested above his tomb, warning the living Sith lords that their internal divisions would lead to destruction. Unity was essential for survival, he declared, but his words fell on deaf ears. Neither Sadow nor Kresh was willing to bow to the other, and their rivalry continued even after witnessing this supernatural intervention. The Sith Empire teetered on the edge of civil war while external events moved beyond their control. Unknown to them, two Republic explorers were about to stumble into their hidden domain and change everything. Gav and Jori Daragon were siblings who dreamed of making their fortune through hyperspace exploration. They weren't soldiers or diplomats, just young entrepreneurs with more ambition than sense. Their ship was falling apart, their finances were non-existent, and their latest business venture had collapsed in spectacular failure. Desperate for a big score, they decided to attempt an uncharted hyperspace jump that would either make them rich or kill them. The jump went horribly wrong in ways they never could have anticipated. Instead of finding empty space or unexplored worlds, they emerged in the heart of the Sith Empire. Their battered ship was immediately detected by Sith patrol vessels and captured before they could escape. The siblings found themselves prisoners of an empire they didn't know existed, facing interrogation by beings whose very presence radiated malevolent power. Naga Sadow recognized opportunity when he saw it. These Republic explorers were living proof that the galaxy beyond Sith space was ripe for conquest. Their ship contained star charts showing hyperspace routes back to the core worlds, intelligence that would be invaluable for any invasion force. Most importantly, their arrival could be used to rally the Sith Lords behind his vision of expansion. Sadow manipulated events with the skill of a master politician and the ruthlessness of a dark side adept. He took Gav Daragon as a supposed apprentice, filling the young man's head with promises of power and knowledge. At the same time, he presented Jori to the Sith Council as evidence that the Republic was preparing to invade their territory. The timing was too convenient to be coincidental, he argued. These weren't accidental visitors, but advanced scouts for a massive assault. The lie worked perfectly because it played into existing Sith fears and ambitions. For 2 millennia, they had been preparing for the day when they would return to known space and claim their revenge against the Jedi. The arrival of Republic explorers seemed like destiny calling them to action. Even Ludo Kresh couldn't argue against the evidence that the outside galaxy had finally come looking for them. The Great Hyperspace War began with Naga Sadow's massive armada emerging from the unknown regions like a nightmare made real. Sith warships appeared in Republic space without warning, their dark hulls bristling with weapons powered by captured souls and twisted metal. The Republic had been at peace for so long that their defenses were completely unprepared for an enemy that fought with supernatural fury and technological advantages they couldn't understand. Sadow's strategy relied heavily on Sith sorcery to multiply the apparent strength of his forces. He created phantom fleets using dark side illusions, making a few hundred ships look like thousands to terrified Republic observers. These ghostly vessels seemed real enough to fire actual weapons and absorb incoming damage, but they were ultimately constructs of twisted force energy that could be maintained only as long as Sadow's concentration held. The assault on Coruscant itself demonstrated the true scope of Sith ambitions. The Republic capital, symbol of democratic ideals and galactic unity, came under direct attack for the first time in its history. Sith fighters screamed through the atmosphere while capital ships bombarded government buildings and military installations. The Senate chambers, where representatives from thousands of worlds gathered to debate peaceful solutions, became a target for enemies who recognized only strength. Empress Teta emerged as one of the war's great heroes during these dark days. She had recently unified the Koros system under her rule through a combination of diplomacy and military skill, creating a strong regional power that could stand against Sith aggression. When Sadow's forces attacked her territory, Teta coordinated the defense with Jedi support and Republic reinforcements, proving that unified resistance could stop even the most determined assault. The Battle of Kirik became a turning point in the conflict as Republic forces learned to counter Sith advantages through superior tactics and coordination. The Jedi proved particularly effective against dark side warriors, their training and philosophy providing natural protection against Sith mental attacks. Lightsaber duels between Jedi Knights and Sith Lords became legendary, with combats that shook the ground and lit up the sky. But the Sith Empire's greatest weakness was the same character flaw that had plagued dark side users throughout history. They couldn't resist turning on each other when victory seemed within reach. Ludo Kresh chose the worst possible moment to challenge Naga Sadow's leadership, launching his own fleet against his rival while the war with the Republic was still raging. The civil conflict that erupted within the Sith ranks gave the Republic the breathing room they desperately needed. Sadow was forced to divide his attention between conquering new territory and defending himself against internal enemies. When Kresh's flagship rammed Sadow's command vessel in a desperate gambit to eliminate his rival, both fleets were thrown into chaos just as Republic reinforcements arrived. The final phase of the war saw Naga Sadow retreating towards Sith space with Republic forces in hot pursuit. His phantom fleets had been exposed as illusions when their projections finally failed, revealing the true scope of Sith strength to be far less than initially feared. The psychological advantage that had carried them through the early battles evaporated as Republic commanders realized they were fighting a manageable enemy rather than an unstoppable force. Ludo Kresh had survived the ramming attack and gathered the remnants of his fleet for one last confrontation with Sadow near the Sith homeworld. The two rivals fought a final battle while Republic ships closed in on their position, each determined to claim victory even if it meant mutual destruction. Sadow's forces ultimately prevailed, but the cost left him with barely enough ships to continue fighting. Faced with certain defeat, Naga Sadow made a desperate escape that would have consequences lasting for millennia. He gathered his most loyal followers and fled to Yavin 4, a remote jungle moon where he could hide from Republic retaliation. The primitive Masasi who inhabited the moon became his new subjects, transformed through Sith alchemy into fierce warriors who would guard their master's secrets. The Great Hyperspace War ended in complete victory for the Republic, but the cost had been enormous. Entire star systems lay in ruins from Sith attacks. Millions had died in the fighting, and countless more had been displaced from their homes. The Jedi Order had lost many of its finest knights to dark side corruption or direct combat with Sith Lords. Republic forces and Jedi strike teams methodically hunted down the remaining Sith strongholds in the aftermath of Sado's defeat. Korriban was bombarded from orbit until its surface became a wasteland of broken stone and twisted metal. Ziost was abandoned by its population as Republic investigators documented the horrors that had been committed there in the name of dark side research. The Sith species itself paid the ultimate price for their association with the Dark Jedi exiles. Those who survived the war were scattered across the galaxy, their culture broken and their homeworld rendered uninhabitable. Many were absorbed into Republic society as refugees, losing their distinct identity within a few generations. The name Sith became synonymous with ancient evil rather than a living people. Most Republic citizens believed the Sith threat had been permanently eliminated. History books recorded the Great Hyperspace War as the first and final victory over an enemy that had been completely destroyed. The few scholars who warned about surviving Sith remnants were dismissed as alarmists who couldn't accept that some conflicts actually had clean endings. But they were wrong about the clean ending. Deep in the unknown regions, a Sith Lord named Vitiate had watched the war unfold without participating in the fighting. While Sado and Kresh destroyed each other over questions of leadership, Vitiate quietly gathered the survivors who escaped Republic justice. He had no intention of making the same mistakes that had doomed his predecessors. He understood that the Sith Empire had failed because it relied on passion over planning and internal competition over unified purpose. His new organization would be different, stronger, more patient. The Jedi and Republic had won this round, but the game was far from over. In the shadows beyond the Galactic Rim, a new kind of Sith Empire was taking shape. Naga Sadow's exile on Yavin 4 would also have lasting consequences, though none of the war's survivors could have predicted how his hidden temples would influence future events. The Massassi servants he left behind continued their vigil for thousands of years, waiting for their master to return or for someone worthy to claim his legacy. The galaxy had survived its first encounter with the Sith Empire, but the scars would never fully heal. Trust between species had been shattered by Sith propaganda and brutal tactics. The Republic's military had been forced to adopt more aggressive strategies that sat uncomfortably with democratic ideals. Most importantly, the very existence of the Sith had been proven, making it impossible to dismiss dark side threats as ancient mythology. The Great Hyperspace War established patterns that would repeat throughout galactic history. External enemies would always emerge to test the Republic's resolve. Internal divisions would weaken civilizations at the worst possible moments. And somewhere in the darkness between the stars, patient enemies would gather strength for their eventual return. For now, peace had been restored, and the Sith Empire was broken. But the seeds of future conflicts had already been planted in the ruins of this war, waiting for the right conditions to grow into new threats. The galaxy had learned that some enemies never truly die. They just wait for better opportunities to strike. A failed Jedi student was about to prove that rejection can be the most dangerous force in the galaxy. His quest for power would spark a war that nearly destroyed both the Republic and the Jedi Order. Friedan Nad should have been forgotten by history, just another Padawan who couldn't make the cut to become a Jedi Knight. But rejection has a way of twisting people, especially those who believe they deserve better than what life has given them. When the Jedi Council denied him knighthood, Nad made a choice that would echo through the centuries. Instead of accepting their judgment and finding another path, Nad decided to seek power elsewhere. He had heard whispers about the ancient Sith temples on Yavin 4, ruins left behind by Naga Sadow after his defeat in the Great Hyperspace War. Most people avoided the Jungle Moon because of the dark energy that still lingered there, but Nad saw opportunity where others saw danger. The temples were exactly what he hoped to find. Ancient knowledge filled libraries carved from living stone, and the very air hummed with dark side power that made his skin tingle. But the greatest prize was something the Jedi never could have prepared him for. The spirit of Naga Sadow himself still haunted these ruins, waiting for someone strong enough to claim his legacy. Sadow's ghost became Nad's teacher in ways that went far beyond anything offered at the Jedi Temple. The ancient Sith Lord shared secrets that had been lost for centuries, techniques that could bend reality itself to the user's will. Nad absorbed these lessons with desperate hunger, finally feeling like he had found his true calling. But apprentices who learn too well become threats to their masters, even dead ones. When Nad felt he had gained everything Sadow could teach him, he turned on his ghostly instructor and destroyed the spirit completely. It was the ultimate act of a Sith apprentice, murdering his master to claim sole ownership of their power. With Sadow's knowledge burning in his mind, Nad left Yavin 4 to find a place where he could rule. The primitive world of Onderon offered exactly what he needed. Its people were technologically backward but fierce, locked in constant warfare with the dangerous creatures that roamed their planet's surface. They were perfect subjects for someone who understood how to use fear as a weapon. Nad's conquest of Onderon was swift and complete. He used Sith magic to enthrall the planet's population, making them worship him as a divine king. Those who resisted his rule or committed crimes against his regime were cast out of the capital city of Iziz into the wilderness, where they had to survive among beasts that could tear apart armored vehicles. The exiles adapted in ways that surprised everyone, including Nad himself. Instead of dying in the wilderness as intended, they learned to tame Onderon's vicious fauna and turned these creatures into allies. The Beast Riders, as they came to be known, built their own civilization in the wild places that Nad couldn't control. This division created the Beast Wars, a decades-long conflict between Nad's city dwellers and the exiled Beast Riders. Neither side could achieve complete victory, but the constant fighting served Nad's purposes by keeping his subjects focused on external enemies rather than questioning his rule. Even after Nad's death, his influence continued to poison Onderon's political landscape. His tomb became a dark nexus that radiated Sith energy across the planet, while his descendants and followers maintained the dynasty he had established. The artifacts he left behind corrupted anyone who came into contact with them, ensuring that his dark legacy would outlive his physical form. The Republic largely ignored Onderon's problems for generations, treating the world as a backwater planet whose internal conflicts didn't threaten galactic stability. This changed when the Beast Wars reached a stalemate that threatened to drag on indefinitely. The Jedi finally decided to intervene when it became clear that neither side could achieve victory on their own. Jedi Knight Arca Jeth chose 3 of his apprentices for the mission to broker peace on Onderon. Ulic Keldroma was a promising young Jedi with strong leadership potential. His brother Kay brought technical skills and unwavering loyalty to his sibling. Tot Donita added diplomatic experience and cultural sensitivity to the team. They seemed perfectly equipped to handle what appeared to be a straightforward peacekeeping mission. The reality they discovered on Onderon was far more complex than anyone had anticipated. Queen Aminoa, Freedon Nad's descendant, had inherited more than just political power from her ancestor. She was actively practicing Sith magic, drawing strength from the dark artifacts hidden in the royal palace. Her rule was maintained through supernatural fear rather than legitimate authority. The Beast Riders, led by Oron Kira and supported by Aminoa's own daughter Galia, represented the planet's best hope for freedom from Sith influence. Galia had rejected her mother's dark teachings and aligned herself with those fighting against the corrupted monarchy. This family division added personal drama to what was already a complex political situation. The Battle of Onderon tested the young Jedi in ways their training hadn't prepared them for. They found themselves fighting not just against conventional forces, but against Sith magic that could twist minds and summon supernatural horrors. When Arca Jeth arrived to support his students, his presence was enough to tip the balance against Queen Aminoa and her dark allies. The victory seemed complete when Aminoa died, and Freedon Nad's spirit finally withdrew from the physical world. Galia and Oron Kira united the city and Beast Riders under a new government that promised to heal the divisions that had torn Onderon apart for generations. The Jedi prepared to leave, believing their mission accomplished. But Sith influence rarely dies quietly, and Onderon's problems were far from over. King Omin, Aminoa's husband, had been hiding his own connection to the dark side throughout the conflict. He had learned Sith sorcery in secret and was prepared to use it to restore the dynasty that the Jedi thought they had destroyed. The Freedon Nad uprising erupted during Queen Aminoa's funeral, when Omin's followers disrupted the ceremony and kidnapped Arca Jeth. The Nadists, as they called themselves, were fanatical devotees of the dead Sith king who believed his return was both inevitable and necessary. They even retrieved Nad's sarcophagus from its tomb, hoping to use it as a focus for dark rituals. The Republic response included additional Jedi Knights like Odin Ur and Nomi Sunrider, experienced warriors who understood the threat that Sith cultists could pose. The uprising was ultimately defeated, and Arca Jeth was freed. But the damage had already been done in ways that wouldn't become apparent for years. During the chaos of the uprising, two young aristocrats from the Empress Teta system had been visiting Onderon as tourists. Satal and Alima Quito were cousins from one of the galaxy's wealthiest families, bored with their privileged lives and seeking adventure. They found more than they bargained for when they witnessed King Omin's Sith magic firsthand. The Quito cousins managed to learn some of Nad's teachings directly from Omin before his defeat. When they escaped back to their home system, they carried with them both knowledge of Sith techniques and actual artifacts from Nad's collection. These seemingly minor acquisitions would soon light the fuse of a galaxy-wide war. Back in the Empress Teta system, Satal and Alima used their newly acquired powers to overthrow their own government. They formed a secret society called the Krath, dedicated to studying and implementing Sith teachings. Their coup was swift and decisive, transforming one of the galaxy's most prosperous systems into a breeding ground for dark side cultists. The Krath Holy Crusade began when the cousins declared war on both the Republic and the Jedi Order. They had convinced themselves that these institutions were corrupt and needed to be destroyed to make way for a new order based on Sith principles. Their first test came when a Republic fleet arrived to restore legitimate government to the Theta system. The Battle of Koros Major demonstrated that the Krath had learned their lessons well. Alima's Sith sorcery created illusions that threw Republic forces into complete confusion, making their own ships appear to be enemy vessels. The resulting friendly fire incidents caused more damage than actual Krath weapons, forcing the Republic fleet to retreat in humiliation. The Jedi response to this crisis was to convene a council on Deneba, where the galaxy's most experienced masters could discuss how to deal with this new threat. The meeting was intended to be secret, but the Krath had anticipated this move and prepared a surprise assault using hidden war droids. The attack on the Jedi Conclave was a massacre that shocked the entire Order. Many of the galaxy's wisest Jedi were slaughtered in moments, including the revered Master Arca Jeth. His death was particularly devastating to his former apprentices, who blamed themselves for failing to protect their beloved teacher. Ulic Qel-Droma's response to his master's murder was exactly what the Krath had hoped for. Consumed by grief and rage, he volunteered for a suicide mission to infiltrate the Krath organization and destroy it from within. His fellow Jedi warned him about the dangers of such an assignment, but Ulic was beyond listening to reason. The infiltration mission was doomed from the start because Ulic underestimated the seductive power of the dark side. Once inside the Krath court, he found himself surrounded by beings who offered him the power to avenge his master's death. Alima Keto personally took charge of his corruption, using a combination of physical attraction and dark side manipulation to turn him. Ulic's fall was complete when he murdered Satal Keto and took his place as Alima's partner in ruling the Krath. When his former Jedi allies attempted a rescue mission, he refused to leave and declared his loyalty to the Sith cause. The promising young Jedi who had started this mission seeking justice had become one of the very enemies he was supposed to destroy. Meanwhile, another Jedi was following a similar path toward damnation. Exar Kun was a headstrong student who believed the Jedi Order was too conservative in its approach to studying the Force. He sought out forbidden knowledge on Onderon's moon Duxon, where he encountered the same spirit of Freeden Nad that had corrupted so many others. Nad's ghost led Exar Kun to Yavin 4, where the ancient Sith temples contained even greater secrets. Kun enslaved the primitive Masasi who lived on the moon and used their labor to build new temples dedicated to dark side research. Like his predecessor, he eventually destroyed Nad's spirit when he no longer needed guidance. The confrontation between Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma was inevitable once both had claimed the title of Dark Lord of the Sith. Their duel in the Krath capital was fierce, but ultimately interrupted by a supernatural intervention that changed everything. The spirit of Marka Ragnos, the last great ruler of the original Sith Empire, manifested to unite them under a single cause. Ragnos anointed Exar Kun as the new Dark Lord of the Sith and made Ulic Qel-Droma his apprentice, creating the Brotherhood of the Sith that would combine Kun's mystical powers with the Krath's military resources. Together, they commanded forces that could challenge both the Republic and the Jedi Order simultaneously. The Great Sith War that followed was the most destructive conflict the galaxy had seen since the Hyperspace War. Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma recruited allies wherever they could find them, from disillusioned Jedi seeking greater power to entire species tired of Republic rule. Their most significant victory was winning the support of the Mandalorian warriors. Ulic's defeat of Mandalore the Indomitable in single combat on the planet Qua brought the galaxy's most feared warriors into the Sith cause. The Mandalorians had been rebuilding their strength since their last major conflict, and their addition to Kun's forces tipped the balance decisively against the Republic. Elite warriors who lived for battle now fought alongside Sith sorcerers who commanded supernatural powers. Exar Kun's recruitment campaign among the Jedi was particularly devastating because it targeted the Order's own members. Younger Jedi who felt constrained by traditional teachings and older knights who had become disillusioned with Republic politics proved surprisingly susceptible to Sith arguments. Kun even murdered the ancient Jedi Master Oden-Ur to steal a Sith holocron from the archives on Ossus. The war reached its climax when Ulic Qel-Droma led an assault on Coruscant itself. The Republic capital came under direct attack for the second time in its history, but this assault was led by someone who knew its defenses intimately. Ulic's insider knowledge made him far more dangerous than any external enemy could have been. The attack on Coruscant ended with Ulic's capture by Republic forces led by Nomi Sunrider, but his trial became the stage for an even more dramatic confrontation. Exar Kun infiltrated the Senate chamber during the proceedings and murdered the Supreme Chancellor in front of the assembled government. He might have freed his apprentice if not for the intervention of his former master, Vodo Siosk Bas, whom Kun killed to make his escape. The tide of war turned when Ulic experienced a moment of clarity that broke through his dark side conditioning. The death of his brother Kay in battle shocked him back to awareness of what he had become. Nomi Sunrider's decision to sever his connection to the Force was both punishment and mercy, leaving him powerless but also free from the dark side's influence. Ulic's redemption led directly to Exar Kun's downfall when the former Sith apprentice agreed to guide Republic forces to Yavin 4. The final assault on Kun's stronghold was overwhelming, but the Dark Lord had one last desperate gambit. He performed a ritual that sacrificed his Massassi followers to bind his spirit to the physical world, achieving a form of immortality that would haunt the temples for millennia. The Great Sith War ended with the recapture of the Empress Teta system and the collapse of the Brotherhood of the Sith. The Krath Holy Crusade was over, their leaders dead or captured. The Mandalorians retreated to lick their wounds after losing their leader on Duxin. Entire star systems had been devastated, including Ossus when Kun caused the Kron cluster to go supernova. The Republic and Jedi Order had survived their greatest crisis since the Hyperspace War, but the cost was enormous. The Jedi had lost many of their finest members to either death or corruption. Worlds that had been peaceful for centuries lay in ruins. Most tragically, the war had been started and led by former Jedi, who had fallen to the very darkness they were supposed to oppose. The aftermath saw heroes like Nomi Sunrider working to rebuild what had been destroyed, but the scars would never fully heal. Ulic Qel-Droma spent his remaining years seeking atonement for his crimes, eventually earning forgiveness from those he had wronged. The surviving Mandalorians regrouped under Mandalore the Ultimate, beginning another cycle of militarization that would threaten the galaxy again. Most importantly, the Republic and Jedi believed they had finally eliminated the Sith threat once and for all. Exar Kun was trapped in his temples, the Krath were defeated, and no new Dark Lords had emerged to claim the title. It seemed like the galaxy could finally enjoy lasting peace after generations of conflict with dark side cults and fallen Jedi. They had no idea that their troubles were just beginning. The galaxy was about to witness something it had never seen before. A Jedi Knight was going to save the Republic by becoming the very thing the Jedi Order feared most. After the devastation of the Great Sith War, the Republic desperately needed time to heal. Entire star systems were rebuilding from scratch. The Jedi Order was struggling to replace fallen masters, and everyone wanted to believe the worst was finally behind them. But in the Outer Rim, the Mandalorians were quietly preparing for their greatest crusade yet. Mandalore the Ultimate had inherited the scattered remnants of a warrior culture that refused to accept defeat. The previous Mandalore had died fighting for Exar Kun, leaving behind clans that were divided, demoralized, and hungry for a chance to restore their honor. What they needed was a leader strong enough to unite them and smart enough to win where others had failed. Unknown to anyone at the time, Mandalore the Ultimate was receiving guidance from a source that would have horrified the Republic if they had discovered it. The spirit of Darth Vitiate, the mysterious Sith Lord who had survived the great Hyperspace War in secret, was manipulating events from the shadows. He wanted the Republic weakened and the Jedi distracted while he rebuilt his own power base far from their attention. The Mandalorian resurgence began slowly, with clan leaders answering Mandalore the Ultimate's call to reclaim their warrior heritage. But this wasn't the same Mandalorian culture that had followed the previous leaders. The Neo-Crusaders, as they called themselves, were open to recruiting members from any species that proved worthy in battle. Humans, aliens, even former Republic soldiers could earn Mandalorian armor if they demonstrated the courage and skill that the culture valued above all else. This expansion transformed the Mandalorians from a single species bent on conquest into a philosophy of warfare that could spread across the galaxy. Anyone could become Mandalorian if they were willing to embrace a life dedicated to combat and honor. The movement grew stronger with each victory, as defeated enemies chose to join their conquerors rather than face continued resistance. The Mandalorian Wars officially began at the Battle of Althir, where Neo-Crusader forces struck at a Republic outpost without warning or provocation. It seemed like a minor incident at first, the kind of border skirmish that happened regularly in the Outer Rim. But this attack was just the opening move in a campaign that would eventually threaten the Republic's very existence. The early phase of the war saw Mandalorian forces pushing steadily into Republic territory along 3 separate fronts. Their strategy was brilliant in its simplicity. They would strike at isolated targets, overwhelm the defenders with superior firepower and tactics, then move on before Republic reinforcements could arrive. Each victory brought them new resources and recruits while denying the Republic valuable territory. The massacre at Cathar became the defining atrocity of this period. When the feline species refused to surrender their homeworld, Mandalorian strategist Cassius Fett decided to make an example that would discourage further resistance. His forces systematically exterminated over 90% of the planet's population, turning a thriving civilization into a graveyard littered with bones. The genocide was kept secret for years, with Mandalorian forces destroying most evidence of what had happened. Official reports described Cathar as a military victory against stubborn defenders, but the truth was far more horrific. An entire species had been virtually eliminated to satisfy one commander's desire to spread fear among potential enemies. The Republic's response to these attacks was frustratingly slow and inadequate. Many senators dismissed the Mandalorian incursions as isolated incidents that didn't require major military intervention. The Outer Rim had always been unstable, they argued, and local conflicts shouldn't drain resources needed for more important concerns in the core worlds. This phase became known as the False War because the Republic was fighting without really committing to victory. They deployed enough forces to defend key targets, but not enough to push the Mandalorians back. The strategy allowed Mandalorian forces to consolidate their gains and prepare for larger offensives while Republic leaders debated whether full mobilization was necessary. The Jedi Council's decision to stay out of the conflict was based on painful lessons learned during the Great Sith War. They had seen how easily Jedi could fall to the dark side when exposed to the violence and moral compromises that warfare demanded. The Council believed that keeping their members away from the fighting would protect them from corruption and preserve the Order's commitment to peace. But peace was becoming harder to maintain as Mandalorian attacks grew bolder and more destructive. The nuclear bombardment of Sirocco shocked even senators who had previously dismissed the threat. An entire Republic colony had been vaporized to demonstrate Mandalorian resolve, proving that these weren't raiders looking for easy targets, but conquerors willing to commit any atrocity necessary for victory. A group of younger Jedi began questioning whether the Council's restraint was actually making the situation worse. Led by a charismatic knight who would later be known as Revan, these dissidents called themselves the Revenchists and argued that intervention was necessary to save innocent lives. They believed the Jedi had a duty to protect people who couldn't protect themselves, even if that meant defying the Council's orders. Revan and his closest friend Malak began traveling to war zones in secret, investigating Mandalorian tactics and looking for ways to help Republic forces. They were careful to avoid direct confrontation with Council authority, but their activities were getting harder to hide as the conflict escalated. The two young Jedi were walking a dangerous line between duty to their order and duty to the galaxy. The discovery that changed everything came when Revan uncovered evidence of the Cathar massacre. Hidden records and survivor testimony revealed the true scope of what Casus Fett had done to the feline species. The genocide had been so thorough that most people believed the Cathar had simply been defeated in conventional battle, but Revan found proof that the truth was far more horrific. This revelation became the turning point that finally forced the Jedi Council to authorize military intervention. The evidence of systematic extermination was impossible to ignore, and even the most cautious masters had to admit that the Mandalorian threat required active opposition. The Revenchists were officially permitted to join the war effort as Jedi generals. Revan's first act as a military commander was deeply symbolic. He found a Mandalorian mask on Cathar that had belonged to a fallen Cathar Jedi who had tried to defend her people. By wearing this mask, Revan honored the dead while also sending a message to the Mandalorians that their own symbols could be turned against them. The mask would become his signature throughout the war. The Republic military forces that Revan inherited were demoralized by years of retreat and limited engagement. They had been fighting a defensive war against an enemy that seemed to grow stronger with each victory. What they needed was a leader who could match Mandalorian aggression with superior strategy and tactical innovation. Revan proved to be exactly what the Republic needed. His natural genius for warfare combined with Jedi precognition to create battle plans that seemed almost supernatural in their effectiveness. He could anticipate enemy movements exploit weaknesses that others couldn't see, and inspire troops to achieve victories that should have been impossible. The Battle of Duro demonstrated Revan's strategic brilliance and marked the beginning of the Republic's counteroffensive. Using interdictor cruisers to prevent Mandalorian forces from escaping, Revan's fleet surrounded and destroyed a major enemy concentration. The victory was so complete that it earned him promotion to Supreme Commander of all Republic military forces. Over the next 2 years, Revan and Malik systematically pushed the Mandalorians back from the core worlds. They liberated conquered systems, rescued enslaved populations, and restored Republic authority to territories that had been under occupation for years. Each victory built momentum for the next offensive, creating a campaign that seemed unstoppable. But victory was coming at a cost that troubled many observers. Revan's tactics were becoming increasingly ruthless as he made what he called moral shortcuts to achieve strategic objectives. Civilian casualties were acceptable if they led to military advantages. Prisoners could be sacrificed if their deaths served a greater purpose. The line between necessary force and unnecessary brutality was becoming blurred. The war's climax came at Malachor V, a world that had been chosen specifically for its strategic importance and psychological impact. Revan lured the entire Mandalorian armada to this location, promising them the decisive battle they had been seeking. What he didn't tell them was that he had prepared a weapon that would ensure the battle's outcome regardless of conventional military factors. The Mass Shadow Generator was a super weapon designed by Zabrak engineer Bao-Dur that could manipulate gravitational forces on a planetary scale. When activated during the height of the battle, it would create massive gravitational anomalies that would destroy everything in the system. Both Republic and Mandalorian fleets would be caught in the weapon's effect, but Revan calculated that the Republic could afford the losses while the Mandalorians could not. The battle itself was a distraction from the real purpose of bringing both fleets to Malachor V. While Republic and Mandalorian forces engaged in conventional combat, Revan prepared for his personal confrontation with Mandalore the Ultimate. The duel between these two leaders would determine not just the battle's outcome, but the fate of entire civilizations. Revan's victory over Mandalore the Ultimate was achieved through a combination of superior lightsaber technique and strategic preparation. When the Mandalorian leader fell in combat, his followers lost the figurehead that held their entire culture together. The death of Mandalore created a crisis of leadership that made organized resistance impossible. The activation of the Mass Shadow Generator while the fleets were still engaged turned victory into catastrophe. The weapon's gravitational effects tore both forces apart, destroying ships and killing crews by the thousands. Malachor V itself was left a broken world where wreckage drifted in unstable orbit around a planet that could barely hold together. The psychological impact of Malachor V was even more devastating than the physical destruction. Jedi who had fought in the battle found themselves traumatized by the violence they had witnessed and participated in. Many, including Mitra Surik, who had activated the superweapon, cut themselves off from the Force rather than continue carrying the weight of what they had done. Revan's final act was to claim Mandalore's mask, the symbol of leadership that had united the warrior clans for generations. By taking this artifact, he ensured that no new Mandalore could rise to challenge the Republic. The tradition required wearing the mask to claim the title, and Revan had no intention of allowing that to happen. The surrender of the surviving Mandalorian forces marked the end of their crusade and the beginning of their cultural transformation. Without their traditional leadership structure, the various clans scattered across the galaxy. Some became mercenaries, others tried to settle on peaceful worlds, and a few maintained their warrior traditions in isolation. The Republic had won the Mandalorian Wars, but victory felt hollow when measured against the cost. Entire star systems had been devastated by years of fighting. The Jedi Order was fractured by internal divisions over the war's conduct. Most troubling of all, the conflict had changed the very people who fought it, especially Revan and Malak. The two friends who had started as idealistic young Jedi seeking to protect innocent lives had become hardened military commanders willing to sacrifice anything for strategic advantage. They had saved the Republic from Mandalorian conquest, but the methods they used raised questions about whether they had preserved the values they were supposed to protect. The aftermath of Malachor V would haunt the galaxy for years to come. The Republic had learned that even defensive wars could corrupt those who fought them. The Jedi discovered that good intentions weren't enough to protect against the dark side's influence. And somewhere in the unknown regions, ancient enemies were watching and learning from the Republic's struggles. The Mandalorian Wars had ended, but they had created new problems that would soon prove even more dangerous than the original threat. Revan and Malak were about to discover that victory over external enemies meant nothing if you lost the battle for your own soul. The Republic's greatest hero was about to become its most dangerous enemy, and the worst part was that nobody saw it coming until it was far too late to stop him. Revan and Malak should have returned to Coruscant as conquering heroes after their victory over the Mandalorians. Instead, they disappeared into the unknown regions, chasing whispers of a hidden power that had been pulling strings behind the Mandalorian crusade. What they found in that dark corner of the galaxy would transform them from saviors into destroyers. The ancient Sith Empire that Revan and Malak discovered on Dromund Kaas was beyond anything the Republic could have imagined. For over 1,000 years, the immortal Sith Emperor Vitiate had been building a civilization based on pure dark side power. His subjects worshipped him as a god, his armies numbered in the millions, and his knowledge of Sith techniques made the fallen Jedi of previous wars look like amateurs. Vitiate had been watching the galaxy's conflicts from his hidden throne, occasionally nudging events in directions that served his purposes. The Mandalorian Wars had been partly his doing, orchestrated to weaken the Republic and test the strength of their champions. When Revan and Malak arrived seeking answers, they walked directly into a trap that had been centuries in the making. The Emperor's corruption of the two Jedi was both subtle and devastating. He didn't simply torture them into submission or break their minds with crude force. Instead, he showed them visions of what the galaxy could become under proper leadership. He demonstrated how their compassion for others was actually weakness that prevented them from achieving true peace. Most seductively, he offered them the power to impose order on a chaotic universe. Revan and Malak were already walking the edge of darkness after their experiences in the Mandalorian Wars. They had made moral compromises, sacrificed innocent lives for strategic advantages, and grown comfortable with using fear as a weapon. The Emperor simply pushed them over a line they were already approaching, convincing them that the dark side was the only path to lasting victory. But Vitiate made a critical error in his manipulation of the two fallen Jedi. He assumed that breaking free of his mental control would be impossible for beings he had corrupted so thoroughly. Instead, Revan and Malak managed to escape his direct influence while retaining everything he had taught them about Sith power. They emerged from Dromund Kaas as Darth Revan and Darth Malak, dark lords of the Sith with their own agenda. The Star Forge became the foundation of their new empire. This ancient Rakatan space station could manufacture entire fleets using the raw materials of stars and the dark side energy of its operators. Revan had discovered its location by piecing together star maps hidden across the galaxy, knowledge that made him possibly the most dangerous being alive. With the Star Forge feeding his ambitions, he could challenge the Republic with resources they couldn't hope to match. The Jedi Civil War began without warning when Sith fleets emerged from hyperspace above Republic worlds. These weren't unfamiliar enemies from distant regions, but ships and commanders that Republic forces recognized. Many of the vessels in Revan's armada were Mandalorian designs captured during the previous war, Republic ships that had been reported lost or destroyed, and entirely new constructions that emerged from the Star Forge's automated factories. Most shocking of all was the identity of the enemy commanders. The revanchist Jedi who had followed Revan into the Mandalorian Wars largely joined his new Sith empire as Dark Jedi generals. These weren't strangers corrupted by unknown influences, but former heroes who had chosen to betray everything they once stood for. The Republic found itself fighting people they had trusted and honored just years before. Darth Revan's strategy was brilliant in its ruthlessness. He targeted key Republic assets like the Foarost shipyards, crippling their ability to build replacement vessels for the fleets they were losing. His forces moved with the speed and precision that had made him legendary during the Mandalorian Wars, but now those talents served the dark side rather than democracy. The bombing of Telos 4 demonstrated how completely Revan had abandoned his former principles. The planet's devastation served no strategic purpose beyond sending a message to other Republic worlds about the cost of resistance. Millions of civilians died to satisfy Revan's desire to spread fear among his enemies, proving that the man who once fought to protect innocent lives had become someone willing to slaughter them for political advantage. Darth Malak's execution of this atrocity revealed the dynamic between the two Sith Lords. Where Revan remained coldly calculating in his evil, Malak had embraced the raw brutality that the dark side offered. He took obvious pleasure in destruction for its own sake, making him both a valuable enforcer and a potential threat to his master's authority. The Republic's desperate gambit to stop Revan came in the form of a Jedi strike team led by Bastila Shan. Her ability to use battle meditation could influence the outcome of entire fleet engagements, turning defeat into victory through the Force alone. If she could get close enough to Revan's flagship during a space battle, she might be able to capture or kill the Dark Lord before his empire became unstoppable. The mission succeeded in ways nobody anticipated and failed in ways that changed everything. Bastila's team did manage to board Revan's ship during the fighting, but their success came only because Malak chose that moment to betray his master. The apprentice's bombardment of Revan's bridge was intended to eliminate his rival and claim sole leadership of the Sith Empire. Malak's treachery saved the Republic while dooming it to a different fate. Revan survived the attack but fell into Bastila's hands as a critically wounded prisoner. The Jedi Council faced a choice that would define their order for generations. They could execute the fallen hero who had become their greatest enemy, or they could attempt something that had never been tried on such a scale. The decision to erase Revan's memory and implant a new identity was born from desperation rather than wisdom. The Council convinced themselves that they were offering redemption to someone who had fallen too far into darkness to find his own way back. In reality, they were committing a violation of free will that would haunt everyone involved. The new identity they created for Revan was designed to serve the Republic's needs rather than reflect his true nature. They turned him into a loyal soldier with just enough Force sensitivity to be useful, but not enough memory to be dangerous. It was psychological warfare disguised as mercy, and it set a precedent that would corrupt the Jedi Order's moral authority. Malic's assumption of leadership marked a turning point in the war's character. Where Revan had been a brilliant strategist who used precise applications of Force to achieve specific goals, Malik was a blunt instrument who preferred overwhelming firepower to subtle tactics. His approach to conquest was simpler and more brutal, but it was also less effective against Republic forces who were learning to adapt. The galaxy that Revan awakened to was shaped by his own actions, but foreign to his altered memories. The attack on Taris that drew him into adventure was launched by forces he had once commanded. The Jedi he fought alongside had been his enemies before his capture and memory wipe. Most ironically, many of his new companions were people whose lives had been devastated by decisions he had made as Darth Revan. Karth Onasi had lost his homeworld to Sith bombardment. Mission Vong and Zalbar were refugees from conflicts Revan had started. Even HK-47, the assassin droid that became one of his most loyal followers, was a machine he had personally designed and built during his time as a Dark Lord. The galaxy was full of reminders of his former identity, hidden in plain sight from his fractured memories. The quest for the star maps that led to the Star Forge was both a journey of rediscovery and a race against time. Each ancient Rakatan artifact Revan found restored pieces of his forgotten knowledge while bringing him closer to a confrontation with the empire he had created. The irony was that his own preparations as Darth Revan were now being used to defeat the forces he had left behind. Bastila Shan's growing bond with the memory-wiped Revan created complications that the Jedi Council had never anticipated. Their relationship developed beyond mere partnership into something deeper, challenging the Order's restrictions on emotional attachments. The woman who had captured the galaxy's greatest enemy was falling in love with the man he had become. The revelation of Revan's true identity should have destroyed any chance of redemption, but instead it became the foundation for a different kind of heroism. Faced with the choice between reclaiming his dark side power and staying on the path of light, Revan chose to atone for his crimes rather than repeat them. It was a decision that required strength of character his enemies never possessed. The final confrontation at Rakata Prime brought together all the threads of Revan's journey, from hero to villain to hero again. His duel with Malik aboard the Star Forge was more than a battle between former friends. It was a symbolic struggle between different approaches to power, with Revan representing controlled strength and Malik embodying destructive rage. Malik's defeat and death marked the end of Revan's Sith Empire, but not the end of the Sith threat. The destruction of the Star Forge eliminated the technological advantage that had made their conquest possible, but it also scattered the surviving Dark Jedi across the galaxy as independent warlords. The Republic had won the war only to face a dozen smaller conflicts against enemies who learned from Revan's mistakes. The Sith Civil War that followed was exactly what the name implied. Former allies turned on each other in struggles for territory and power, creating chaos that was almost as destructive as organized conquest had been. Some of these warlords were more dangerous than others, but all of them represented pieces of Revan's legacy that refused to die quietly. The cost of victory was measured in more than lives lost or worlds devastated. The Jedi Order had been gutted by defections, deaths, and loss of faith among survivors who questioned whether their leaders could be trusted. Many knights who had remained loyal during the war left the Order afterward, believing that the Council's manipulation of Revan proved their corruption. Revan's marriage to Bastila Shan offered hope that redemption was possible, even for those who had fallen furthest into darkness. Their union symbolized the triumph of love over hatred, forgiveness over vengeance, and light over darkness. But it also violated Jedi traditions about emotional attachments, creating tensions that would influence the Order's future decisions. The Republic emerged from the Jedi Civil War victorious, but transformed. They had learned that their greatest protectors could become their most dangerous enemies. They had seen how quickly democratic institutions could be overwhelmed by superior military force. Most importantly, they had discovered that the price of survival sometimes included compromising the very values that made survival worthwhile. Peace returned to the galaxy, but it was a fragile peace built on exhaustion rather than resolution. The underlying problems that had led to war remained unaddressed. In the unknown regions, the Sith Emperor who had started this cycle of violence continued building his strength, and in the shadows between light and dark, new threats were already beginning to emerge. The Jedi Civil War had ended, but the forces it unleashed would continue shaping galactic history for millennia to come. Heroes could become villains, villains could find redemption, and the line between salvation and damnation was thinner than anyone wanted to admit. The galaxy had learned these lessons at a terrible cost, but whether future generations would remember them remained to be seen. The Jedi Order was about to face extinction at the hands of enemies who understood that sometimes the best way to destroy something is to let it tear itself apart. What made this threat even more terrifying was that one of these enemies had once been a Jedi Master herself. In the chaos following the Jedi Civil War, 3 figures emerged from the shadows to claim leadership of the scattered Sith remnants. They called themselves the Sith Triumvirate, but these weren't ordinary Dark Lords seeking conquest and glory. Their goal was simpler and more absolute than anything previous Sith had attempted. They wanted to erase the Jedi from existence completely. Darth Traya was the most dangerous of the 3 because she understood the Jedi better than they understood themselves. She had once been Kreia, a respected Jedi Master who had taught some of the Order's greatest heroes. Her fall to the dark side came from disillusionment rather than corruption, making her hatred more focused and deadly than ordinary Sith rage. Kreia had watched the Jedi make the same mistakes repeatedly, always claiming noble intentions while leaving destruction in their wake. She had seen Revan fall to darkness despite his good intentions. She had witnessed the Order's manipulation of memory and identity in their attempts to redeem him. Most painfully, she had realized that the Force itself might be a malevolent influence that drove both Jedi and Sith to extremes. Her retreat to Malachor V was both symbolic and practical. The shattered world where the Mandalorian Wars had ended was a wound in the Force itself, a place where the boundary between life and death had been permanently damaged. Among the wreckage and echoes of pain, Kreia could study the true nature of the Force without the comforting illusions that blinded other Force users. The two apprentices she gathered were perfect embodiments of different aspects of Sith power. Darth Sion represented the triumph of will over flesh, his broken body held together by pain and anger alone. Death should have claimed him countless times, but his hatred was strong enough to deny the natural order itself. Every breath he took was an act of defiance against the universe. Darth Nihilus was something far worse than a fallen Jedi. The events at Malachor V had transformed him into a creature of pure hunger, sustained by consuming the Force energy of living beings. He was less a person than a walking void that devoured everything around him. Planets withered in his presence as he fed on the life force of entire populations. The Triumvirate's strategy was brilliant in its subtlety. Instead of raising armies or declaring war on the Republic, they simply began hunting Jedi one by one. Elite Sith assassins dispatched across the galaxy would track down Force-sensitive individuals and eliminate them in ways that looked like accidents or ordinary crimes. The Jedi Order began hemorrhaging members without understanding why. This invisible war was more effective than any conventional campaign because it denied the Jedi the chance to fight back. They couldn't rally against an enemy they couldn't identify or locate. Knights who had survived the Mandalorian Wars and Jedi Civil War simply vanished, leaving behind no clues about what had happened to them or who was responsible. The Jedi Council's response was to go into hiding, hoping to preserve the Order's leadership until they could understand the threat. But this defensive strategy played directly into the Triumvirate's hands. By isolating themselves from the galaxy, the Jedi lost touch with potential allies and made themselves even easier targets for patient hunters. The decision to hold a conclave on Katar seemed logical to the surviving Jedi Masters. The Miraluka colony world was remote and peaceful, populated by a species with natural Force sensitivity that made them sympathetic to Jedi ideals. If the hidden enemy was truly hunting Force users, a gathering of the Order's leadership might finally draw them into the open where they could be confronted. The plan worked exactly as intended, but the result was far more horrific than anyone anticipated. Darth Nihilus sensed the gathering of Force presences from across the galaxy and traveled to Katar like a predator drawn to a feast. What he found there satisfied his hunger in ways that changed him forever. The annihilation of Katar demonstrated the true scope of Nihilus's power. He didn't simply kill the inhabitants or destroy their cities. He drained the Force energy and life force from every living thing on the planet, leaving behind a dead world that existed in a state of perpetual emptiness. Trees, animals, bacteria, even the Jedi Masters who had gathered there were reduced to desiccated husks in moments. Only one being survived the Holocaust, and her survival was worse than death would have been. Visas Mar, a young Miraluka woman, was spared by Nihilus for reasons that probably made sense only to his alien psychology. Instead of killing her, he enslaved her as his personal servant and assassin, binding her to his will through the trauma of being the sole witness to her species' extinction. The destruction of Katar marked the effective end of the Jedi Order as an organized institution. The few knights who remained were scattered across the galaxy, hiding in fear and slowly losing hope. Many began to believe that the Force itself had turned against them, making their extinction both inevitable and deserved. The Republic government barely understood what was happening to their traditional protectors. Officials knew that Jedi were disappearing, but they lacked the spiritual awareness to comprehend threats that operated through the Force rather than conventional means. Without Jedi advisors to explain the danger, Republic leaders could only watch helplessly as their most valuable allies vanished. Into this darkness came Meetra Surik, a figure whose very existence challenged everything the Sith Triumvirate believed about the Force. She had been a Jedi general during the Mandalorian Wars, serving under Revan until the final battle at Malachor V. The trauma of activating the mass shadow generator had severed her connection to the Force, making her one of the few Force-sensitive individuals to willingly cut herself off from that power. Meetra's return from exile coincided with the Triumvirate's decision to target her specifically. They saw her as a threat, not because of her strength in the Force, but because her very existence proved that life could continue without Force dependence. If others learned to follow her example, the Sith could lose their primary source of power and influence. The irony was that Meetra's guide back to the Force was Kreia herself, operating under her original identity as a helpful mentor. The former Darth Traya had her own agenda for the exile, seeing in her a potential tool for destroying both Jedi and Sith traditions. Kreia believed that freeing the galaxy from Force influence entirely was the only way to achieve lasting peace. The companions who joined Meetra during her quest represented different aspects of a galaxy scarred by decades of war. Atton Rand was a former Sith assassin seeking redemption for his crimes against Jedi. Bao-Dur carried guilt for his role in creating the weapon that devastated Malachor V. Even familiar faces like T-3M4 and HK-47 brought reminders of earlier conflicts and fallen heroes. The discovery of surviving Jedi Masters hiding on Dantooine should have been a moment of hope, but instead it revealed how completely the Order had lost its way. These remnants of former greatness were broken by fear and despair, more concerned with preserving their own lives than rebuilding their organization or protecting the innocent. Meetra's confrontation with these masters forced her to choose between accepting their judgment of her actions and forging her own path forward. Their attempt to sever her Force connection again was both a test of her resolve and a symbol of the Order's failure to adapt to changing circumstances. The battles against individual Triumvirate members showcased different approaches to defeating seemingly invincible enemies. Darth Sion fell when Meetra convinced him to release the hatred that sustained his unnatural existence. His death was almost peaceful, a final surrender to the rest that he had denied himself for so long. Darth Nihilus proved more challenging because his hunger made him nearly unstoppable in direct confrontation. The battle aboard his ship above Telos required Meetra to work with Visas Mar, whose connection to her former master was the key to his defeat. Together, they exploited the very bond that had enslaved her, turning Nihilus's strength into weakness. The final confrontation with Kreia on Malachor V was more philosophical debate than physical combat. The former Jedi Master had orchestrated events to bring Meetra to this moment, hoping to convert her to a vision of galactic freedom from Force influence. Their battle was fought with ideas as much as lightsabers, each trying to prove the validity of their worldview. Kreia's defeat came from her own pride and the limitations of her cynical philosophy. She had assumed that anyone who truly understood the Force's nature would choose to reject it completely. Instead, Meetra chose to accept both light and dark as aspects of existence that could be balanced rather than eliminated. The cryptic knowledge that Kreia shared before her death revealed the scope of threats still facing the galaxy. Revan's journey into the unknown regions wasn't a simple quest for adventure, but a desperate mission to confront the Sith Emperor who had started this cycle of destruction. The true Sith Empire was still out there, building strength for an eventual return. With the Triumvirate defeated and the immediate threat ended, Mitra faced a choice that would define the Jedi Order's future. She could remain in known space to rebuild what had been destroyed, or she could follow Revan's path into the unknown regions to face whatever threats lurked there. Her decision to seek out Revan meant leaving behind a galaxy that desperately needed Jedi protection. The Mandalorians under Canderous Ordo chose a different path, consolidating their clans on Duxon rather than continuing their cycle of warfare. This decision offered hope that warrior cultures could find purpose beyond conquest, but it also removed potential allies from the conflicts to come. The Republic began its recovery from the devastation of multiple wars, but the scars ran deeper than damaged infrastructure or depleted treasuries. The relationship between government and Jedi had been fundamentally altered by recent events. Trust, once given freely, now came with conditions and reservations. Mitra's departure marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. The first Jedi purge was over, but the forces that had driven it remained active in different forms. Somewhere in the unknown regions, ancient enemies were preparing for their return to known space. The galaxy had survived its brush with extinction, but greater challenges lay ahead. The Sith Triumvirate had failed in their goal of completely destroying the Jedi, but they had succeeded in demonstrating the Order's vulnerability. Future enemies would learn from their methods, combining stealth and patience with overwhelming force. The age of grand battles between armies was ending. The time of shadows and hidden wars had begun. Peace returned to the galaxy, but it was a fragile peace built on exhaustion rather than resolution. The fundamental problems that drove beings to extremes of light and dark remained unaddressed. In time, new heroes and villains would emerge to continue this eternal struggle, but for now, the survivors could rest and rebuild. The Force would find new champions in the years to come, but the galaxy would never again take the Jedi Order's existence for granted. Their near extinction had taught valuable lessons about the price of complacency and the importance of vigilance. Whether future generations would remember these lessons remained to be seen. A single Sith Lord was about to prove that patience and planning could accomplish what armies and superweapons could not. While the galaxy fought its wars and celebrated its victories, he was building something that would make all previous threats look like practice runs. Vitiate had been playing the longest game in galactic history since the Great Hyperspace War ended over 1,000 years earlier. While other Sith Lords sought quick conquest or personal glory, he understood that true power required time, preparation, and absolute ruthlessness. Most importantly, he was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve his ultimate goal of becoming a god. The ritual he performed on his homeworld of Nathema demonstrated the scope of his ambitions and the depths of his evil. In a single ceremony that lasted for days, Vitiate drained the life force from every living thing on the planet. Trees, animals, insects, bacteria, and over 8,000 Sith Lords who had gathered for what they thought was a traditional conclave all became fuel for his transformation into something beyond mortal limitations. The result was a dead world that existed as a wound in the Force itself. Nathema became a place where the normal rules of existence no longer applied, where life could not take root and the Force was absent. But for Vitiate, it was the birthplace of immortality and power that dwarfed anything previous Sith had achieved. He had murdered an entire planet to become the Sith Emperor. Dromund Kaas became the capital of his hidden empire, a world shrouded in perpetual storms created by concentrated dark side energy. The planet's jungle environment provided perfect cover for building a civilization that could remain hidden from Republic censors and scouts. Under permanent storm clouds, Kaas City rose as a monument to Sith power and Imperial ambition. The society that developed on Dromund Kaas was unlike anything the galaxy had seen before. This wasn't a collection of competing Sith lords fighting for dominance, but a unified empire where every citizen served the Emperor's will. The Dark Council handled administrative duties, while Sith academies trained new generations of dark side users. Military academies produced officers who understood that failure meant death, and success meant the chance to fail at a higher level. For over 3 centuries, this hidden empire grew stronger while the Republic dealt with its own internal conflicts. The Mandalorian Wars, Jedi Civil War, and Sith Triumvirate crisis all served Vitiate's purposes by keeping potential enemies distracted and weakened. Each conflict eliminated Republic assets and killed Jedi who might have posed future threats to his plans. The Emperor's manipulation of galactic events was subtle but effective. When Mandalore the Ultimate needed encouragement to launch his crusade against the Republic, mysterious agents provided exactly the right incentives. When Revan and Malak went searching for the source of Mandalorian aggression, they found themselves led directly to Nathema, where Vitiate could corrupt them personally. Even after losing his 2 prized converts, Vitiate continued building toward his ultimate goal. The ritual he planned would consume all life in the galaxy, transforming the death of trillions into power that would elevate him beyond physical existence entirely. Every war, every atrocity, every act of suffering brought him closer to achieving this cosmic-scale genocide. The return of Revan to Republic space after his memory wipe should have ended Vitiate's influence over his former apprentice, but the Emperor's patience paid dividends even in apparent defeat. Fragments of Revan's original memories eventually surfaced, including knowledge of the true Sith threat lurking in the unknown regions. The hero who had saved the Republic from his own Sith Empire couldn't ignore the greater danger he had once served. Revan's decision to seek out Vitiate represented both courage and desperation. He understood that the Emperor's plans threatened everything he had fought to protect, but he also knew that conventional military action would be useless against an enemy with centuries of preparation and unlimited resources. The only chance was a targeted strike that eliminated Vitiate before his empire could launch its invasion. The mission that took Revan back to Dromund Kaas was doomed from the start because it relied on factors beyond his control. Meetra Surik's decision to follow him provided additional strength, but even 2 legendary heroes weren't enough to overcome an immortal Sith Lord on his home ground. The addition of Lord Scourge, a Sith Lord who had turned against his Emperor, seemed like it might tip the balance in their favor. But Scourge's betrayal, at the crucial moment, demonstrated the futility of trusting anyone who had been shaped by Vitiate's influence. His decision to sacrifice Meetra Surik was based on visions of a future where her death would somehow contribute to Vitiate's eventual defeat. But the immediate result was the failure of their assassination attempt and Revan's capture. Mitra's death in battle was both tragic and meaningful. She had survived the Mandalorian Wars, overcome the Sith Triumvirate, and rebuilt her connection to the Force after voluntary exile. Her sacrifice bought time for future heroes by preventing Vitiate from achieving his goals immediately, but it also eliminated one of the few people capable of challenging Sith power directly. Revan's imprisonment became another tool in Vitiate's collection of strategic resources. For over 300 years, the Emperor kept his former apprentice in suspended animation while using his strength in the Force to enhance his own prescient abilities. Revan's presence subtly influenced Vitiate away from certain destructive plans, buying the galaxy additional time without the prisoner even knowing it. The irony was that Revan's greatest service to the galaxy came through his captivity rather than his heroism. Every day he spent as Vitiate's prisoner was another day the Republic had to grow stronger, the Jedi Order had to recover, and new champions had to emerge. His sacrifice was invisible to those he protected, but it was no less real for being hidden. Lord Scourge's transformation into the Emperor's wrath represented another aspect of Vitiate's strategic thinking. Rather than simply executing the Sith Lord who had betrayed him, the Emperor turned that betrayal into another asset. Scourge's prophetic visions made him valuable as a long-term agent, someone who could wait centuries for the right moment to act against his master. The Republic's ignorance of these events was both blessing and curse. They couldn't prepare for threats they didn't know existed, but they also weren't paralyzed by knowledge of their own helplessness. Life continued normally in the core worlds, while ancient enemies built strength in the unknown regions, each side unaware of what the other was planning. The hints of Sith activity that occasionally reached Republic attention were dismissed as isolated incidents or misinterpreted as remnants from previous conflicts. When Mandalore the Ultimate spoke of mysterious advisors, it was assumed he meant exiled Sith from Revan's war rather than agents of a hidden empire. When reports came of strange ships in the Outer Rim, they were attributed to pirates or smugglers rather than reconnaissance missions. Even the Dark Age that gripped the Republic during its conflicts with Darth Bane's Sith served Vitiate's purposes by keeping potential enemies focused on internal problems. The rule of two Sith posed no threat to his empire because they were too few in number and too focused on each other to challenge his authority. Their activities actually helped by eliminating Jedi and weakening Republic institutions. By the time Vitiate's forces were ready to emerge from hiding, the galaxy had changed in ways that favored his plans. The Republic was complacent after generations of relative peace. The Jedi Order was smaller and less experienced than it had been during previous crises. Most importantly, no one alive remembered what a full-scale Sith invasion looked like or how to counter the specific advantages that dark side users possessed. The Emperor's ultimate goal remained unchanged despite centuries of preparation and planning. He still intended to consume all life in the galaxy through a ritual that would elevate him to godhood, but now he had the resources and knowledge to make that horrific vision reality. Billions of Sith subjects, millions of trained soldiers, and technological advantages accumulated over millennia would serve his cosmic-scale genocide. The fleets and legions gathering on Dromund Kaas represented the culmination of everything Vitiate had worked toward since his transformation on Nathema. These weren't desperate refugees seeking revenge or ambitious warlords pursuing conquest. They were the instruments of an immortal emperor whose patience and planning had given him advantages that no previous Sith had possessed. The Dark Council that governed day-to-day Imperial affairs understood their role in the Emperor's grand design. They were administrators and generals in service to something beyond their comprehension, trustees of power that belonged ultimately to their immortal master. Their individual ambitions and schemes were irrelevant compared to the cosmic forces they served. Kars City itself had become a symbol of what Vitiate could accomplish given sufficient time and resources. The imperial capital combined architectural grandeur with practical efficiency, creating an urban environment that could house millions while projecting the power and authority of its ruler. Storm clouds generated by concentrated dark side energy reminded everyone that this was a place where normal rules didn't apply. The moment was approaching when this hidden empire would reveal itself to the galaxy at large. Centuries of preparation were about to be tested against enemies who had no idea what they were facing. The Republic and Jedi Order were about to discover that their previous wars had been practice runs for a threat beyond anything they could have imagined. Vitiate's patience was finally about to pay dividends. The longest game in galactic history was entering its final phase, and the Sith Emperor held advantages that made victory seem inevitable. The galaxy had survived many crises, but none of its heroes understood the scope of what was coming, or whether survival was even possible against an enemy who had spent a millennium preparing for this moment. The age of hidden wars was ending. The time of open conquest was about to begin. And somewhere in the unknown regions, an immortal emperor was preparing to claim his ultimate prize at the cost of every living thing in the galaxy. The Republic was about to get hit by a freight train it never saw coming, and the conductor was an immortal emperor who had been planning this collision for over 1,000 years. Without warning, without diplomacy, without even a declaration of war, the Sith Empire emerged from the unknown regions like a nightmare made real. Sith fleets materialized in Republic space and began destroying everything they could reach. The opening move was brilliant in its audacity and devastating in its execution. The Battle of Korriban announced the Empire's return with symbolic perfection. This wasn't just another world being conquered, but the ancient Sith homeworld being reclaimed after more than a millennium of abandonment. A Republic fleet patrolling the Tingle Arm was obliterated before they could send a distress signal, and suddenly the Sith had their most sacred planet back under their control. The simultaneous assault on multiple fronts demonstrated the scope of planning that had gone into this invasion. While Republic forces were still trying to understand what had attacked Korriban, Sith fleets were already striking at targets across the Outer Rim. Systems that had enjoyed centuries of peace found themselves under assault by enemies they didn't know existed. Emperor Vitiate remained hidden on Dromund Kaas, directing the war through his Dark Council while Sith Lords led armies in the field. This approach allowed him to maintain strategic oversight while giving his subordinates the freedom to pursue tactical objectives. More importantly, it kept his existence secret from Republic intelligence services who might have understood the threat better if they knew about the immortal mastermind behind it. The Republic's initial response was hampered by disbelief and confusion. Official reports described attacks by unknown forces using Sith symbols, but most government officials assumed these were remnants from previous conflicts rather than evidence of a surviving empire. The idea that the Sith had returned in force after 13 centuries of presumed extinction was too shocking to accept immediately. The early campaigns showed that the Sith had learned valuable lessons from their previous defeats. Instead of seeking quick, decisive victories that might rally Republic resistance, They focused on methodical conquest that gradually weakened enemy morale. Trade routes were cut to strangle economic activity. Isolated worlds were picked off one by one to prevent coordinated defense. The strategy was patient and ruthless. The blockade of the Rimmer trade route demonstrated Imperial understanding of economic warfare. By choking off this major commercial artery, they could damage Republic finances while strengthening their own resource base. Worlds that depended on trade began questioning whether the Republic could protect their interests, making them potential targets for diplomatic conversion. Botha Wui became a symbol of hope during these dark early years because it proved that Sith forces could be defeated in conventional battle. The first battle of Botha Wui saw Republic troops and Jedi working together to hold the planet against a determined siege. Even when the Sith returned for a second attempt, the defenders managed to force a bloody stalemate that convinced the Empire to seek easier targets. The emergence of new heroes during this crisis gave the Republic something to rally around. Satele Shan, descendant of the legendary Bastila Shan, proved that the famous bloodline could still produce exceptional Jedi. Her battle meditation ability made her invaluable in large engagements, while her leadership skills helped coordinate Republic forces across multiple theaters. Jace Malcolm represented the best of the Republic military's adaptation to this new kind of warfare. His tactical innovations and personal courage earned him rapid promotion through the ranks, eventually making him one of the war's most respected commanders. The partnership between Jedi like Satele and officers like Malcolm showed how the Republic could compete with Sith advantages. Elite units like Havoc Squad demonstrated that small teams of specialists could achieve results that massive armies couldn't. Their success in high-risk missions boosted morale while proving that Republic forces could match Imperial troops in skill and determination. These victories were crucial for maintaining public support during the war's darker moments. The Sith Empire's recruitment of the Mandalorians showed how effectively they could exploit Republic enemies. Imperial intelligence identified a promising gladiator and provided the support needed for him to become Mandalore the Lesser. This new leader swore allegiance to the Sith cause, bringing Mandalorian military expertise to the Imperial war effort. Darth Malgus emerged as the Empire's most visible military leader, spearheading assaults that combined personal skill with strategic vision. His attack on Alderaan was intended to bring chaos to a core world, demonstrating that nowhere in Republic space was truly safe from Imperial reach. The failure of this assault was one of the Republic's most important early victories. The defense of Alderaan showed what the Republic could accomplish when its various institutions worked together effectively. Jedi like Satele Shan provided force-enhanced coordination, while military units like Havoc Squad executed precision strikes against key targets. The successful repulsion of Malgus's assault boosted morale throughout the core worlds. But for every Republic victory, there were multiple Imperial successes that gradually shifted the war's momentum. Worlds like Jabim, Manaan, and Utapau fell to Sith forces despite brave resistance from their defenders. Each conquest provided the Empire with new resources while denying them to the Republic. The Battle of Hoth marked a turning point when Imperial forces achieved a critical victory that opened new strategic possibilities. A Republic fleet was completely routed, giving the Sith control of important hyperspace routes through the Mid-Rim. This success allowed them to threaten core world systems more directly. The Mandalorian blockade of the Hydian Way demonstrated how effectively the Empire could coordinate with its allies to strangle Republic supply lines. This major commercial route carried vital materials between different sectors, and its closure threatened to cripple the Republic's war effort. The economic impact was felt almost immediately as shortages developed in key industries. The blockade's eventual breaking by smugglers and pirates showed that the Republic could find unconventional solutions to seemingly impossible problems. Hylo Viss's ambush of the Mandalorian fleet was a masterpiece of irregular warfare that reopened the vital trade route. Her success proved that creativity and courage could overcome superior firepower when properly applied. The capture of worlds like Ord Radama and Sereno extended Imperial control deeper into what had once been secure Republic territory. These victories provided the Empire with forward bases for future operations while demonstrating that their advance was sustainable rather than just a temporary success. As the war entered its third decade, both sides began showing signs of the strain. The Republic was struggling to maintain its democratic institutions while fighting for survival. The Jedi Order was taking heavy casualties in battles that seemed to have no end. Even the Sith Empire was finding that conquest was easier than occupation, especially when dealing with populations that had never known Imperial rule. The emergence of figures like Satil Shan as Grand Master showed how the war was reshaping galactic institutions. The Jedi Order was becoming more militarized out of necessity, while individual knights were gaining experience in combat situations that previous generations had never faced. These changes would have lasting effects long after the fighting ended. The peace talks on Alderaan seemed to offer hope that diplomacy might succeed where military force had failed. Representatives from both sides gathered to discuss terms that could end nearly 3 decades of devastating conflict. The negotiations were delicate, with each faction seeking advantages that could be maintained in any eventual settlement. But the Sith Empire had no intention of honoring any agreement that left the Republic intact. While diplomats spoke of peace, Darth Malgus was preparing the most audacious military operation in galactic history. The sacking of Coruscant would prove that Imperial forces could strike anywhere, even at the heart of enemy power. The assault on the Republic capital was a masterpiece of timing and execution. While government attention was focused on the peace negotiations, Imperial strike teams used secret hyperspace routes to approach Coruscant undetected. The attack caught defenders completely off guard, allowing Sith forces to establish control before effective resistance could be organized. The destruction of the Jedi Temple was both practically devastating and symbolically crushing. The Order's ancient headquarters had survived wars, disasters, and political upheavals for thousands of years. Its fall to enemy action sent shockwaves throughout Republic space, making clear that no institution was safe from Imperial reach. The bombardment of the Senate District and assassination of the Supreme Chancellor eliminated the Republic's central leadership at the moment when strong guidance was most needed. With their capital occupied and their government decapitated, Republic negotiators had no choice but to accept whatever terms the Empire offered. The Treaty of Coruscant formalized the Republic's humiliation and the Empire's triumph. Vast territories in the Outer Rim were ceded to Imperial control, while the remaining Republic worlds were forced to accept Sith presence in their territory. It was a peace treaty in name only, establishing conditions that made future conflict inevitable. The Cold War that followed was characterized by mutual suspicion and preparation for renewed hostilities. Both sides used the ceasefire to rebuild their strength while conducting covert operations against each other. Neither trusted the other to honor the treaty's terms, making the peace period essentially an armed truce. The Jedi Order's retreat to Tython symbolized how completely the war had changed galactic politics. Their ancient homeworld, rediscovered by Satil Shan during her explorations, became a refuge from the chaos that had consumed Coruscant. But it was also a reminder that even the galaxy's traditional peacekeepers had been forced to abandon their central role. The Great Galactic War had lasted 28 years and reshaped the entire galaxy. The Republic emerged battered and reduced, controlling only half its former territory. The Sith Empire had achieved objectives that previous Dark Lords could only dream of. Most importantly, the conflict had proved that the galaxy's period of relative peace was over, replaced by an era where war was the natural state of affairs. Both sides knew that the ceasefire was temporary, a chance to prepare for the next round of fighting rather than a genuine end to hostilities. The fundamental issues that had caused the war remained unresolved, guaranteeing that future generations would face even deadlier conflicts. The galaxy had entered a new age where peace was rare and war was constant. Peace was just war with better public relations, and both sides knew the ceasefire was nothing more than a chance to reload their weapons for the next round of killing. The Cold War that followed the Treaty of Coruscant turned the galaxy into a chessboard where every move carried deadly consequences. Both the Republic and Sith Empire understood that the treaty was temporary, a breathing space to rebuild strength while preparing for inevitable renewed conflict. What made this period particularly dangerous was that the fighting never really stopped. It just moved into the shadows. Espionage became the primary weapon in this hidden war. Imperial intelligence and the Republic's Strategic Information Service conducted operations across the galaxy, each trying to gain advantages that could be exploited when open hostilities resumed. Agents infiltrated enemy governments, assassinated key officials, and spread propaganda designed to weaken opposing morale. It was warfare by other means. The Alderaan Civil War showed how effectively both sides could turn local conflicts into proxy battles. When the royal family died in a speeder crash, Republic and Empire-backed noble houses fought for control of the vacant throne. Neither superpower sent official military support, but weapons, advisors, and credits flowed freely to their chosen candidates. Alderaan became a microcosm of the larger galactic struggle. On Ord Mantell, separatist guerrillas kept Republic forces busy fighting their own former citizens. These weren't alien invaders, but disillusioned Republic soldiers and civilians who had lost faith in their government's ability to protect them. The insurgency drained resources while demonstrating that the Republic's internal problems were as dangerous as external threats. Darth Angrel's personal war campaign against Republic targets showed how individual Sith Lords could destabilize entire regions through targeted violence. His attacks weren't random terrorism, but carefully planned strikes designed to expose Republic weaknesses while building his own power base. Each successful operation brought him closer to challenging the Dark Council's authority. The Mandalorians added another layer of complexity by holding their Great Hunt, a bounty hunter competition that attracted the galaxy's most dangerous individuals. While officially neutral, many winners ended up in Imperial employment, giving the Sith Empire access to skilled assassins and special forces operatives. The hunt served as an unofficial recruiting tool disguised as cultural tradition. All these incidents gradually eroded the treaty's stability until the breaking point was reached in 3643 BBY. The defection of Havoc Squad, an elite Republic Special Forces unit, to the Imperial cause demonstrated that even the most trusted soldiers could be turned. When such high-profile betrayals became public knowledge, maintaining the pretense of peace became impossible. The Second Galactic War erupted as multiple crises overwhelmed diplomatic solutions. The Treaty of Coruscant collapsed under the weight of accumulated violations and mutual distrust. Both sides had been preparing for this moment, and when it came, they were ready to resume fighting with renewed determination. The Republic's first major success came with the liberation of Balmorra, a world that had suffered under Imperial occupation since the previous war. The planet's industrial capacity made it a valuable prize, but more importantly, its recapture proved that Imperial conquests weren't permanent. Republic forces could still achieve decisive victories when properly led and equipped. The Battle of Corellia became one of the war's defining engagements because it involved fighting on one of the galaxy's most important shipbuilding worlds. Control of Corellian shipyards could determine the conflict's outcome by providing whichever side held them with superior naval forces. The battle raged across the planet's surface and orbital facilities for months. The struggle over Ilum revealed how resource competition drove many conflicts during this period. The planet's Adagan crystals were essential for lightsaber construction, making it strategically vital to both Jedi and Sith forces. Control of the crystal caves became a matter of religious as well as military importance for Force-using orders on both sides. The emergence of the Hero of Tython during this period marked the beginning of events that would reshape the galaxy's power structure. This Jedi Knight's actions were instrumental in several key victories, but more importantly, they began a chain of events that would lead directly to Emperor Vitiate's downfall. Revan's liberation from 3 centuries of imprisonment was both shocking and terrifying to those who understood its implications. Republic forces discovered the Maelstrom prison during routine operations and freed its mysterious captive without realizing they had just released one of history's most dangerous individuals. Revan's plan to build an army of extermination droids using the ancient foundry showed how his thinking had been warped by centuries of captivity and dark side influence. The battle aboard the foundry marked the apparent end of Revan's physical existence, but his death was more complex than anyone realized at the time. His spirit splintered rather than passing peacefully into the Force, with part of him refusing to abandon his mission of destroying all Sith. This fragmentation would have consequences that wouldn't become apparent for years. Emperor Vitiate's decision to personally implement his galaxy-consuming ritual represented both the height of his ambition and the beginning of his downfall. For centuries, he had remained hidden while others fought his wars, but his ultimate goal required direct involvement. The hero of Tython's confrontation with him at the Imperial Citadel proved that even immortal Sith emperors could be defeated through courage and determination. The Emperor's apparent death created a power vacuum that threatened to tear the Sith Empire apart. Darth Barris attempted to claim leadership by declaring himself the voice of the Emperor, but his own apprentice killed him before he could consolidate control. Meanwhile, Darth Malgus saw opportunity in the chaos and declared his own new empire. Malgus's breakaway faction represented a different vision of Sith rule, one that included aliens and rejected the traditional pure-blood supremacy that had defined Imperial culture. His reforms might have created a more stable government, but they also threatened the existing power structure enough to unite his enemies against him. The cooperation between Republic and Imperial forces to crush his rebellion showed how quickly political alignments could shift. The Hutt cartel's invasion of Makeb demonstrated that other powers were willing to exploit the major faction's weakness. Toboro's scheme to steal Isotope 5 for Hutt weapons represented a significant threat to galactic stability, forcing both Republic and Empire to respond despite their ongoing conflict. The crisis's resolution prevented planetary destruction while showing how smaller powers could influence larger events. The Dreadmasters represented a different kind of threat, one that emerged from the Sith Empire's own dark past. These ancient Sith lords had been imprisoned for centuries, but their escape during the war's chaos allowed them to pursue their own agenda of galactic domination. Their defeat on Oricon required significant resources from both major factions. The Shadow of Revan crisis brought the fragmented hero's story full circle when his dark essence gathered followers from both Republic and Imperial forces. The Order of Revan represented something new in galactic politics, a faction that transcended traditional loyalties in pursuit of destroying all Sith influence. Their attack on Yavin 4 forced an alliance between enemies who had been killing each other for decades. Revan's final defeat allowed his spirit to find peace at last, but the battle's aftermath proved more dangerous than the crisis itself. Emperor Vitiate's awakening from dormancy led directly to the destruction of Ziost, where millions died to restore his strength. The reborn emperor, now calling himself Valkorion, was stronger and more dangerous than ever. The Eternal Empire's invasion caught both Republic and Sith forces completely unprepared for threats from outside their traditional conflict. Valkorion's advanced Eternal Fleet overwhelmed defenders who had spent all their energy fighting each other rather than preparing for external enemies. Within months, both major galactic powers had been reduced to tributary states under Zakuul rule. The Outlanders' eventual victory over the Eternal Empire required building a coalition that included survivors from all previous conflicts. The Eternal Alliance brought together Republic loyalists, Imperial defectors, former Mandalorians, and independent operators under unified leadership. Their success proved that cooperation could achieve what competition had failed to accomplish. Valkorion's final defeat represented the end of a threat that had haunted the galaxy for over 13 centuries. The immortal Sith Emperor, who had survived every previous crisis, was finally destroyed completely, with help from the spirits of those he had wronged. His death marked the end of an era where individual tyrants could threaten entire civilizations. The Third Galactic War that followed Zakuul's fall showed that some conflicts were too deeply rooted to end with any single victory. Republic and Imperial forces resumed fighting almost immediately after gaining their freedom, proving that hatred and distrust had become more important than practical considerations. Even Darth Malgus returned from apparent death to continue pursuing his own vision of galactic order. The eternal cycle of war and peace would continue long after these specific conflicts ended. New threats would emerge to challenge whatever stability the galaxy managed to achieve. But for the first time in over a millennium, the galaxy was free from the shadow of Vitiate's immortal malevolence. Whatever challenges lay ahead would be faced by mortal enemies pursuing comprehensible goals rather than cosmic-scale evil that defied rational response. The galaxy was about to endure 1,000 years of pure torture, and it all started because one Jedi Master couldn't handle being told no by the Council. After centuries of relative peace following the ancient conflicts, the Republic had grown comfortable with the idea that the Sith were extinct. The old stories about Dark Lords and galactic wars seemed like ancient history, cautionary tales from a more primitive time. Then Jedi Master Thanius decided to prove that the dark side was very much alive and ready to tear the galaxy apart again. Thanius renamed himself Darth Ruin when he fell to darkness, and the name was disturbingly appropriate. His first act as a Sith Lord was convincing 50 fellow Jedi to join his rebellion against the Order's teachings. These weren't random students or fringe members, but respected knights who had served the Republic faithfully for years. Their defection sent shockwaves through both the Jedi Temple and the Senate. The fourth great schism that erupted from this betrayal was different from previous conflicts between light and dark. This wasn't a philosophical disagreement that got out of hand or ambitious students seeking forbidden knowledge. Darth Ruin and his followers were conducting a deliberate campaign to destroy everything the Republic represented, starting with the Jedi Order itself. The movement spread like wildfire across the galaxy as other dark side cults emerged from hiding to join Ruin's cause. Disenfranchised systems that felt ignored by the Republic saw opportunity in the chaos. Fallen Jedi who had been living in exile found purpose in revenge against their former masters. What started as a single defection became a galaxy-wide uprising. The new Sith Wars that followed lasted for an entire millennium, making them the longest sustained conflict in galactic history. But calling it a single war was misleading because the fighting never maintained consistent intensity or direction. Instead, it was 1,000 years of chaos that waxed and waned like a fever that wouldn't break. Darth Ruin himself didn't live to see the full scope of what he had unleashed. His own Sith followers killed him when they decided he was too unstable to lead effectively. His death fractured the movement into countless smaller factions, each led by warlords who claimed the title of Dark Lord while pursuing their own agendas. These weren't true Sith in the traditional sense, but opportunists who used dark side power to carve out personal kingdoms. Some genuinely believed in Sith philosophy, but many were simply warlords who found that calling themselves Dark Lords attracted followers and intimidated enemies. The galaxy became a patchwork of petty dictatorships held together by fear and violence. The Dark Underlord represented one of the more dangerous threats during this chaotic period. His rise required both Jedi and Mandalorian mercenaries working together to defeat him at the Battle of Malrev 4. The fact that these traditional enemies had to unite against a common threat showed how desperate the situation had become. Belia Darzu brought a different kind of horror to the conflict when she began creating techno-beasts, cybernetic abominations that combined living creatures with mechanical components. Her experiments on Tython turned the ancient Jedi homeworld into a nightmare of twisted flesh and metal. Even her fellow Sith found her work so disturbing that they assassinated her to stop the spread of her creations. These were just individual snapshots of a conflict that produced dozens of similar threats over the centuries. Sith pretenders rose and fell with depressing regularity, each leaving destruction in their wake before being overthrown by rivals or defeated by Republic forces. The galaxy became accustomed to constant low-level warfare, punctuated by occasional large-scale catastrophes. The Republic's control shrank dramatically as entire sectors either seceded to join Sith factions or were conquered outright. Central authority became meaningless in regions where local warlords held more real power than distant senators. The democratic ideals that had guided galactic civilization for millennia seemed like naive fantasies in the face of harsh reality. The Republic Dark Age marked the lowest point of this decline when central government collapsed entirely around 1100 years before the Battle of Yavin. The Sith controlled vast territories under various petty Dark Lords who spent as much time fighting each other as they did attacking Republic remnants. It was a feudal system based on strength rather than law. The Jedi Order suffered even worse during this period, reduced to a handful of scattered enclaves trying to preserve their traditions while under constant attack. Many knights fell to the dark side under pressure, while others simply abandoned their posts to seek safety in exile. The great temples and academies were destroyed or abandoned, leaving behind only ruins and memories. This chaotic era became known as the Dragulch period, named after the lawlessness that characterized daily life across much of the galaxy. Pirates, slavers, and various criminal organizations thrived in the absence of effective government. Ordinary citizens lived in constant fear, never knowing when violence might destroy everything they had built. Lord Khan emerged from this chaos as the most successful unifier the Sith had produced since the ancient Dark Lords. This charismatic ex-Jedi managed to gather the remaining Sith warlords under his banner by promising them something they had never experienced before. Instead of the traditional master-apprentice hierarchy that led to constant betrayal, Khan created the Brotherhood of Darkness based on equality among Sith lords. The Brotherhood declared that all Sith were equal partners in the fight against the Republic, with no Darth titles except for Khan himself. This radical departure from Sith tradition was designed to prevent the infighting that had weakened previous dark side movements. Many warlords found the promise of shared power appealing after centuries of looking over their shoulders for potential assassins. Among those who joined Khan was a particularly dangerous Sith Lord named Darth Bane, though he kept his traditional title secret while publicly supporting the Brotherhood's egalitarian principles. Bane understood that Khan's experiment was doomed to failure because it went against fundamental Sith nature, but he was willing to wait and see how the situation developed. The Republic's response to this unified threat came in the form of the Army of Light, organized by Jedi Lord Hoth. This wasn't the old Jedi Order, but a militarized force that combined traditional Jedi training with practical battlefield leadership. Hoth and his followers understood that defeating the Brotherhood would require abandoning pacifist ideals in favor of total war. The final campaign played out in the Yuuzhan system, where both armies converged for what everyone knew would be the decisive confrontation. 7 separate battles raged across Yuuzhan's plains and forests between 1,002 years and 1,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. Each engagement was more brutal than the last, as both sides committed everything they had to achieving victory. The conflict evolved into trench warfare that would have been familiar to soldiers from any era of galactic history. Jedi Lord Hoth led his knights in desperate charges against Sith positions, while Brotherhood forces responded with dark side powers that scorched the landscape. Heroes like Valentine Farfalla became legends during these battles, but legends written in blood and suffering. Both armies were gradually ground down by the relentless fighting, until only the most fanatical survivors remained on each side. The Sith ranks included many fallen Jedi who had been corrupted during the Long War, while the Army of Light welcomed anyone willing to fight against the darkness, regardless of their original training or background. Lord Khan's decision to deploy the thought bomb came from desperation rather than strategy. Darth Bane had been subtly manipulating events to push his rival toward this catastrophic choice, understanding that destroying the Brotherhood was necessary for his own plans. The weapon itself was an arcane device powered by pure dark side energy that could annihilate Force-sensitive beings across vast distances. The detonation in a cave beneath Yuuzhan's surface killed every Force user within range, including Lord Hoth and his 100 surviving Jedi, as well as Khan and the entire Brotherhood of Darkness. Their souls became trapped within the weapon's energy field, creating restless Force ghosts that would haunt the planet for generations. The blast scorched Yuuzhan's surface and effectively ended the new Sith Wars in mutual annihilation. Unknown to the celebrating Republic forces, one Sith Lord had survived the massacre by being elsewhere when the thought bomb detonated. Darth Bane had foreseen Khan's desperation and positioned himself and his apprentice Darth Zana safely away from the weapon's effects. They emerged from hiding as the sole inheritors of Sith tradition. Bane's analysis of the Brotherhood's failure led him to institute the Rule of Two, a fundamental change in how the Sith would operate. Instead of armies of Dark Lords competing for dominance, there would be only two Sith at any time. One master to embody power and one apprentice to crave it, ensuring that the dark side would always be concentrated rather than diluted. The new Sith Order went into complete hiding, letting the galaxy believe that the dark side threat had been eliminated forever. For the next 1,000 years, this master-apprentice lineage would work patiently in the shadows, plotting the eventual destruction of both the Jedi Order and the Republic that had defeated them at Yuuzhan. The Yuuzhan Reformation represented the Republic's attempt to prevent future conflicts through institutional change. Supreme Chancellor Tarsus Valorum dismantled the central military that had become too powerful during the wars, leaving defense responsibilities to individual sector forces. The Republic was reorganized into exactly 1,024 sectors, each represented by a single senator. The Jedi Order underwent its own transformation, moving their main temple to Coruscant, where they built it directly atop an ancient Sith shrine. Their new mission emphasized peacekeeping and negotiation rather than battlefield command, a deliberate rejection of the militarization that had characterized the Army of Light period. The Great Peace of the Republic that followed lasted for nearly a millennium, from the end of the new Sith Wars until the events that would eventually lead to the Clone Wars and the Empire's rise. During this golden age, most citizens forgot that the Sith had ever existed, treating them as ancient legends rather than ongoing threats. But in the shadows, the line of Darth Bane continued its patient work across generations of masters and apprentices. Each pair added to the grand design while remaining completely hidden from Jedi detection. Their ultimate revenge would come not through armies and superweapons, but through corruption and manipulation that would destroy their enemies from within. The new Sith Wars had ended with apparent Republic victory, but the real winner was already planning for conflicts that wouldn't begin for centuries. The Sith had learned the most important lesson of all during their 1,000 years of failure. Sometimes the best way to defeat your enemies is to let them think they've already won. The most successful conspiracy in galactic history was about to unfold over 1,000 years, and nobody would see it coming until the moment democracy died to thunderous applause. Darth Bane's rule of two wasn't just a new way of organizing the Sith. It was a complete reimagining of how to destroy your enemies when they outnumber you 1,000,000 to 1. Instead of building armies that could be detected and defeated, Bane created something far more dangerous. He built a weapon that could hide in plain sight for centuries while slowly poisoning everything it touched. The system was elegant in its simplicity. Only two Sith would exist at any time, master and apprentice, ensuring that dark side power remained concentrated rather than diluted. When the apprentice became strong enough to kill their master, they would claim the title and train their own student. Each generation would be stronger, smarter, and more cunning than the last. Darth Zana proved the system worked when she killed Bane in ritual combat after decades of training. This wasn't betrayal in the traditional sense, but graduation from the ultimate school of darkness. She had learned everything Bane could teach her and demonstrated her worthiness by surpassing him. Her victory meant the rule of two would continue with Darth Cognus as her new apprentice. The Sith lineage that followed operated according to principles that would have seemed impossible to their predecessors. They avoided open conflict with Jedi, accumulated wealth and political influence instead of building fleets, and used manipulation rather than intimidation to achieve their goals. Most importantly, they embraced patience as their greatest weapon. Each master-apprentice pair added their own improvements to the grand design while maintaining absolute secrecy about their existence. They infiltrated the Republic's financial institutions, gained influence in trade guilds, and even placed agents within the Senate itself. Layer by layer, they built a network that could control galactic civilization without anyone realizing what was happening. The Jedi Temple on Coruscant became a symbol of everything the hidden Sith were working to destroy. Built atop an ancient Sith shrine, the temple represented the triumph of light over darkness that Bane's lineage was determined to reverse. The irony was that the Jedi had unknowingly built their headquarters on ground that had been consecrated to their enemies centuries earlier. Master Yoda's training and eventual rise to prominence within the Jedi Order occurred during this golden age when the Sith threat seemed like ancient history. For 800 years, Yoda would train countless Jedi Knights while remaining completely unaware that their greatest enemies were working patiently toward the Order's destruction. His wisdom and experience made him legendary, but even legends could be blindsided by enemies they didn't know existed. The Republic's governance during this era relied on weak chancellors and a Senate that prioritized debate over decisive action. With no standing military and minimal external threats, the government grew complacent about security while focusing on trade disputes and local conflicts. This institutional weakness was exactly what the Sith needed to implement their long-term plans. Minor conflicts like the Stark Hyperspace War and various Alsakan disputes provided the Republic with enough excitement to feel important while remaining small enough to avoid serious damage. These limited engagements actually served Sith purposes by demonstrating that the government could handle small problems while remaining completely unprepared for existential threats. The development of frontier worlds and expansion of shipbuilding facilities on places like Corellia created the industrial base that would eventually be crucial for the Clone Wars. The Sith were quietly ensuring that the Republic would have the capacity to build massive fleets when the time came for their engineered conflict to begin. Darth Gravid represented the kind of deviation that could have destroyed the entire lineage if left unchecked. His attempt to balance Sith teachings with light side philosophy nearly eliminated centuries of accumulated knowledge before his apprentice eliminated him. This crisis demonstrated that the rule of two could police itself when individual Sith lost sight of their ultimate mission. Other Sith lords, whose names have been lost to history, continued the work across generations, each contributing something unique to the eventual plan. Some focused on economic infiltration, others worked on political corruption, and a few specialized in gathering ancient knowledge that would be useful when the time came to strike. The diversity of approaches ensured that no single failure could derail the entire conspiracy. The arrival of Darth Plagueis marked the beginning of the endgame that had been planned for nearly a millennium. This Moon Sith Lord brought financial genius and scientific curiosity to bear on problems that previous generations had only theorized about. His position as head of Damask Holdings gave him legitimate influence over galactic economics, while his experiments with midi-chlorians pushed the boundaries of what Force manipulation could accomplish. Plagueis believed that controlling the very essence of the Force through midi-chlorian manipulation was the key to ultimate dominance. His experiments in creating and preserving life represented a fundamental challenge to the natural order that both Jedi and Sith had previously accepted as unchangeable. If he could master these techniques, the Sith would possess power that their enemies couldn't even comprehend. The banking clan and other financial institutions became tools in Plagueis's hands as he created the economic instability that would eventually justify emergency powers for his eventual political puppet. He understood that wars were expensive and that whoever controlled the money could control the outcome of any conflict. His manipulation of galactic finance laid the groundwork for everything that would follow. Sheev Palpatine's recruitment represented the culmination of centuries of patient preparation. This young Naboo noble possessed exactly the combination of political talent and sociopathic ruthlessness that the Sith had been looking for in their final apprentice. His willingness to murder his own family during their first meeting proved that he had the strength to see their plan through to completion. The transformation of Palpatine into Darth Sidious created the ultimate weapon that the Rule of Two had been designed to produce. He combined his master's financial acumen with his own political genius, gradually rising through Naboo's government while learning to manipulate the Force in ways that previous Sith could only dream about. His election as senator gave him a platform in the galactic government that no Sith had possessed since ancient times. Darth Maul's training as a Sith assassin represented a calculated violation of the Rule of Two that served specific tactical purposes. Sidious never intended for Maul to become his successor, but rather to function as a highly skilled tool for eliminating obstacles to their plan. The Zabrak's fanatical loyalty and combat expertise made him perfect for missions that required visible Sith involvement without compromising the Master's identity. The orchestration of the Naboo crisis demonstrated how effectively the Sith could manipulate galactic events through their network of corrupted institutions. Sidious contacted the Trade Federation's Neimoidian leaders and convinced them to implement a blockade that would serve multiple purposes. The crisis would remove Chancellor Valorum from power, elevate Palpatine to the chancellorship, and provide justification for the emergency powers that would eventually destroy the Republic. The irony was perfect when Palpatine engineered his own rise to power through the sympathy generated by his homeworld's suffering. The same crisis that made him appear to be a victim of Trade Federation aggression was actually his own creation, designed specifically to advance his political career. The Senate's decision to elect him Supreme Chancellor was exactly what a millennium of Sith planning had been working toward. Darth Plagueis's death represented both the culmination of his teachings and his failure to fully understand the student he had created. His celebration of their apparent success made him vulnerable to the very ruthlessness he had instilled in Sidious. The irony that the master of life and death manipulation never saw his own murder coming was lost on no one except Plagueis himself. Sidious's assumption of the role of sole Dark Lord marked the beginning of the final phase of the Sith Grand Plan. Everything that previous generations had worked toward was now in the hands of a single individual who possessed the political position, financial resources, and force powers necessary to destroy both the Jedi Order and the Galactic Republic. The rule of two had succeeded beyond Darth Bane's wildest expectations. The 1,000-year conspiracy was entering its final stages with a Sith Lord holding the Republic's highest office while maintaining the facade of a benevolent politician. The clone wars that would follow were already being planned as the mechanism that would transform a corrupt democracy into a Sith empire. The Jedi who had celebrated their ancient victory over the Brotherhood of Darkness had no idea that their greatest defeat was approaching. The patience that had characterized the Rule of Two era was about to be rewarded with the ultimate prize. The galaxy that had enjoyed centuries of relative peace was about to discover that their protectors had been systematically undermined by enemies who understood that the best revenge was served cold. The Sith had learned that sometimes the best way to conquer your enemies was to let them think they had already won. Stage 2 of the plan was about to begin. And this time, there would be no survivors to rebuild what was destroyed. The Rule of Two had created the perfect weapon for destroying a civilization from within, and that weapon was now in position to strike the killing blow. Darth Sidious sat in the Chancellor's office, smiling at senators who had no idea they were looking at their executioner. The greatest deception in galactic history was approaching its triumphant conclusion, and the only question remaining was whether anyone would survive to understand how completely they had been outplayed. A 1,000 years of patience was about to pay off in the most spectacular way possible, and the galaxy was going to watch democracy commit suicide on live television. The Clone Wars happened exactly as shown in the movies, but understanding the full scope of Darth Sidious's manipulation makes the tragedy even more devastating. Every battle, every death, every moment of heroism was orchestrated by a Sith Lord who controlled both sides of the conflict from the very beginning. The Naboo crisis that launched Palpatine's political career was just the opening move in a game that had been planned for centuries. When the Trade Federation blockaded the peaceful planet, they thought they were protesting unfair taxation. In reality, they were following orders from Darth Sidious, who needed a crisis dramatic enough to remove Chancellor Valorum and position himself as the sympathetic alternative. Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi's mission to negotiate peace was doomed before they arrived because Sidious had already ordered the Federation leaders to kill any Jedi negotiators. The failed assassination attempt forced the Jedi to become rescuers rather than diplomats, setting up a chain of events that would lead directly to the discovery of Anakin Skywalker. The 9-year-old slave boy that Qui-Gon found on Tatooine represented both the galaxy's greatest hope and its ultimate doom. Anakin's midi-chlorian count was higher than any Jedi in recorded history, suggesting he might be the chosen one prophesied to bring balance to the Force. But prophecies are tricky things, and balance doesn't always mean what people expect it to mean. Darth Maul's appearance on Tatooine was the first time in a millennium that anyone had encountered a Sith Lord in person. His double-bladed lightsaber and deadly combat skills shocked Qui-Gon, who barely escaped with his life. The Jedi Council's realization that the Sith had returned should have been a wake-up call, but they had no idea that their greatest enemy was sitting in the Senate listening to their every plan. The Battle of Naboo played out exactly as audiences saw in the films, with Queen Amidala's forces liberating her planet through a combination of Gungan military support, Jedi heroism, and young Anakin's miraculous destruction of the droid control ship. What made the victory hollow was that Palpatine had engineered the entire crisis to become Supreme Chancellor, meaning the real winner was the enemy nobody knew existed. Qui-Gon's death at Darth Maul's hands removed the one person who might have been able to guide Anakin properly through his Jedi training. Obi-Wan was a skilled knight, but he lacked his master's intuitive understanding of the Force and unconventional approach to Jedi teachings. The Council's decision to honor Qui-Gon's dying wish by allowing Anakin's training was influenced more by sentiment than wisdom. The decade between the Naboo crisis and the Clone Wars saw Palpatine gradually building the political coalition that would eventually destroy the Republic. He encouraged corporate dissatisfaction with Senate bureaucracy while simultaneously positioning himself as the reasonable voice calling for measured reform. His recruitment of Count Dooku as Darth Tyrannus gave him a charismatic leader who could unite the separatist movement. Dooku's fall to the dark side came from genuine disillusionment with the Republic's corruption and the Jedi Council's failures. His aristocratic background and respected reputation made him the perfect figurehead for systems wanting to secede from what they saw as a failing government. What he didn't realize was that his new master was engineering the very problems he sought to solve. The separatist confederacy that formed around Dooku included the galaxy's wealthiest corporations and most frustrated planetary governments. The Trade Federation, Techno Union, Banking Clan, and Commerce Guild all believed they were pursuing legitimate grievances against Republic taxation and regulation. In reality, they were providing Sidious with the military-industrial complex he needed to fight a war against himself. The clone army's discovery on Kamino revealed the scope of Sidious's planning while appearing to solve the Republic's military weakness. Obi-Wan's investigation of the assassination attempt on Senator Amidala led him to Jango Fett, whose genetic template had been used to create 200,000 clone troopers supposedly ordered by the mysterious Master Sifo-Dyas. The timing was perfect because the Senate was debating the Military Creation Act just as they learned about a ready-made army that could defend the Republic against separatist aggression. What they didn't know was that Sidious had killed Sifo-Dyas and taken over the cloning project, ensuring that the Republic's defenders would be programmed to follow his orders when the time came. The first battle of Geonosis launched the Clone Wars with the kind of dramatic spectacle that Sidious needed to justify emergency powers. Mace Windu's rescue mission with 200 Jedi created the arena battle that demonstrated both Jedi heroism and separatist ruthlessness. Yoda's arrival with the clone army at the crucial moment made him appear to be a savior rather than someone activating a weapon that would eventually destroy his order. The 3 years of galactic civil war that followed served multiple purposes in Sidious's grand design. The conflict weakened both the Republic's democratic institutions and the Jedi Order's moral authority while centralizing power in the Chancellor's office. Emergency measures became permanent policies, and the Senate gradually surrendered its oversight responsibilities to a leader who promised quick solutions to complex problems. Anakin Skywalker's evolution during the war from promising Padawan to acclaimed general showed how conflict could corrupt even the most well-intentioned heroes. His secret marriage to Padme Amidala violated Jedi teachings about emotional attachments, while his increasingly ruthless tactics on the battlefield demonstrated how easily the line between justice and vengeance could be crossed. The addition of Ahsoka Tano as Anakin's Padawan created new emotional bonds that Sidious could exploit, while giving Anakin responsibilities that he wasn't emotionally prepared to handle. Her eventual departure from the Jedi Order after being falsely accused of terrorism removed another stabilizing influence from Anakin's life at exactly the moment when he needed guidance most. Heroes like Captain Rex and Commander Cody represented the best of the clone troopers, showing loyalty and individuality despite their identical genetics. Their relationships with Jedi generals like Anakin and Obi-Wan made the eventual betrayal of Order 66 even more devastating. These weren't mindless droids following programming, but real people whose inhibitor chips forced them to murder friends they had fought beside for years. The war's climax came when General Grievous kidnapped Chancellor Palpatine in a bold raid on Coruscant itself. The rescue mission that followed gave Anakin the opportunity to kill Count Dooku in cold blood at Sidious's urging, removing the Sith Lord's expendable apprentice while taking another step toward the dark side. Sidious's revelation of his true identity to Anakin was perfectly timed to exploit the young Jedi's greatest weakness. Anakin's visions of Padme dying in childbirth, combined with his frustration at the Council's lack of trust, made him desperate enough to consider any solution that might save his wife. The promise of power over death was exactly the temptation he couldn't resist. The confrontation between Mace Windu and Darth Sidious in the Chancellor's office played out according to the Sith Lord's careful planning. Windu's attempt to arrest Palpatine for treason was legally justified but politically disastrous because it confirmed Sidious's claims about Jedi attempting to overthrow the government. Anakin's intervention that saved Palpatine's life completed his transformation into Darth Vader. Order 66 activated across the galaxy simultaneously, turning trusted clone troopers into executioners in a single moment. The inhibitor chips that forced their compliance had been hidden in plain sight for years, a testament to Sidious's ability to plan decades in advance. Jedi Masters who had survived countless battles were gunned down by soldiers they had fought beside and trusted completely. The assault on the Jedi Temple by Anakin and the 501st Legion eliminated the Order's heart while providing Sidious with evidence of Jedi betrayal. The security recordings that showed Vader killing younglings would never be made public, but their existence justified whatever narrative the new Emperor chose to tell about Jedi crimes. Palpatine's address to the Senate transforming the Republic into the Galactic Empire received thunderous applause because he had spent years preparing the political groundwork for this moment. Senators who had grown tired of endless debate and ineffective leadership welcomed strong leadership that promised to restore order to a chaotic galaxy. The final duels between Yoda and Sidious in the Senate chamber and Obi-Wan and Vader on Mustafar represented the last hope for stopping the Sith takeover. Both failed because the dark side had already won through political manipulation rather than military conquest. Even if the Jedi had somehow defeated their opponents, the institutional damage to the Republic was already irreversible. Padme's death during childbirth fulfilled Anakin's worst fears while denying him the very thing he had sacrificed everything to prevent. Her loss of the will to live symbolized how completely the galaxy's hope had been crushed by the transformation of their greatest heroes into their most dangerous enemies. The birth of Luke and Leia provided the galaxy's only remaining hope. But even that hope required hiding the children from their own father while waiting decades for them to grow strong enough to challenge the Empire. Obi-Wan's exile to Tatooine and Yoda's retreat to Dagobah marked the end of an era and the beginning of the Dark Times. The Clone Wars ended with Sidious achieving everything a millennium of Sith planning had worked toward. The Jedi Order was extinct, the Republic had been transformed into an empire, and democracy had committed suicide with the enthusiastic approval of its own citizens. The rule of two had succeeded beyond Darth Bane's wildest dreams, proving that patience and careful planning could accomplish what armies and superweapons could not. The galaxy was about to learn that sometimes the cure for chaos is worse than the disease, and that freedom once lost might take a generation of blood and sacrifice to reclaim. Emperor Palpatine wasted no time transforming his political victory into total control over galactic civilization. The empire that emerged from the Republic's ashes was designed to eliminate every weakness that democracy had exposed during the Clone Wars. Where the Republic had been slow to act, the Empire moved with ruthless efficiency. Where senators had debated endlessly, regional governors now implemented orders without question. The campaign of imperialization began immediately with the nationalization of key industries and the implementation of human-centric policies that reduced alien species to second-class citizens or outright slaves. The Clone Wars had been sold as a fight for freedom and democracy, but the empire that followed made clear that those ideals had been discarded in favor of order and security at any cost. Darth Vader emerged as the Emperor's primary enforcer, a black-armored figure who could strangle subordinates with a gesture and whose very presence struck fear into Imperial officers and rebel sympathizers alike. His transformation from the Republic's greatest hero into the Empire's most terrifying weapon demonstrated how completely the dark side could corrupt even the most well-intentioned individuals. The transition from clone troopers to Imperial stormtroopers symbolized the Empire's evolution from a temporary military force into a permanent occupation army. The clones who had fought for the Republic were gradually replaced by recruited humans who served the Empire out of loyalty, fear, or simple economic necessity. This new generation of soldiers had no memory of fighting for democratic ideals. Construction of the Death Star began almost immediately after the Empire's formation, using plans that the Geonosians had originally designed for Count Dooku during the Separatist crisis. The massive space station represented everything the Empire stood for, taken to its logical extreme. It was a weapon capable of destroying entire planets, turning the threat of extinction into official government policy. The initial construction took place in secret above Geonosis before being moved to other locations as the project expanded. Enslaved Wookiees from Kashyyyk provided much of the manual labor, their homeworld having been brutally subjugated as punishment for their loyalty to the Republic during the Clone Wars. The Death Star became a monument to Imperial cruelty built with the suffering of conquered peoples. Core worlds like Coruscant enjoyed relative prosperity and stability under Imperial rule. Their populations kept compliant through propaganda that emphasized security and economic growth over political freedom. The Empire understood that maintaining support in these wealthy systems was crucial for projecting legitimacy throughout the galaxy. But in the Outer Rim territories, Imperial rule revealed its true nature through brutal pacification campaigns that crushed any hint of resistance. The Gorman massacre saw Grand Moff Tarkin's ship land directly on protesters, killing them to make a point about the consequences of defying Imperial authority. Such atrocities became routine as the Empire expanded its control. The devastation of Kammas demonstrated how the Empire dealt with core worlds that harbored Jedi survivors. This peaceful planet of the Kamasi species was bombarded from orbit as punishment for hiding fugitive Jedi, showing that even traditionally loyal systems weren't safe from Imperial retribution if they violated the New Order's rules. Regional governors called Moffs and Grand Moffs replaced the old senatorial system, giving the Emperor direct control over local administration while bypassing any remaining democratic institutions. Grand Moff Wilhuff Tarkin became the most powerful of these officials, commanding the Outer Rim territories from his position as overseer of the Death Star project. The Tarkin Doctrine formalized the Empire's philosophy of ruling through fear rather than respect. Instead of building loyalty through good governance, Imperial officials were encouraged to make examples of troublemakers while demonstrating that resistance would only bring worse consequences. The Death Star was the ultimate expression of this philosophy. Surviving Jedi like Kanan Jarrus, Cal Kestis, and Ahsoka Tano lived in hiding while specialized Imperial agents called Inquisitors hunted them across the galaxy. The Great Jedi Purge continued for years after Order 66, with Vader personally leading missions to eliminate any Force users who had escaped the initial slaughter. Obi-Wan Kenobi's exile on Tatooine and Yoda's retreat to Dagobah represented the end of an era when Jedi could openly serve as guardians of peace and justice. These legendary masters were reduced to hermits watching over hidden children while their order's legacy crumbled under Imperial persecution. The first seeds of organized resistance came from politicians like Bail Organa and Mon Mothma, who used their positions to quietly aid those suffering under Imperial rule. Their early efforts focused on helping refugees and political prisoners rather than direct military action, but they were laying the groundwork for something much larger. Local rebel cells began forming on worlds where Imperial oppression was particularly severe. Saw Gerrera's partisans on Onderon and Cham Syndulla's freedom fighters on Ryloth conducted sabotage operations and rescued civilians, but these groups operated independently without central coordination or strategic direction. The gradual linking of these disparate cells into a unified movement required leaders who could operate across multiple systems while avoiding Imperial detection. Ahsoka Tano's work under the codename Fulcrum connected various resistance groups, while Senators Organa and Mothma provided political cover and resources for expanding operations. By the time Mon Mothma openly denounced Palpatine in the Senate and defected to lead the rebellion, the underground network was strong enough to support a formal alliance to restore the Republic. The Corellian Treaty brought together rebel leaders from across the galaxy under unified command structure that could challenge Imperial rule directly. The theft of the Death Star plans became the rebellion's highest priority once they learned about the weapon's existence. In Legends continuity, this involved multiple operations by agents like Kyle Katarn and Rhianna Saren, culminating in Princess Leia carrying the completed data aboard her diplomatic vessel. Leia Organa's role as both an Imperial senator and secret rebel operative demonstrated how the Alliance operated within the system while working to destroy it. Her diplomatic immunity allowed her to courier messages and supplies across the galaxy while maintaining the facade of loyal service to the Empire. The dissolution of the Imperial Senate in the months before the Death Star's completion removed the last pretense of representative government from the Empire. Regional governors now held absolute power over their territories, answerable only to the Emperor himself. Democracy had been replaced by autocracy with the enthusiastic support of populations that valued security over freedom. The destruction of Alderaan marked the moment when the Empire's true nature became undeniable to the entire galaxy. Grand Moff Tarkin's decision to obliterate a peaceful core world as a demonstration of Imperial power crossed a line that even many Imperial supporters couldn't accept. The death of billions in moments showed what happened to those who opposed the New Order. Bail Organa's death with his adopted homeworld eliminated one of the rebellion's key leaders while making the conflict personal for Princess Leia. The man who had helped hide Luke and Leia as infants and spent decades building the rebel movement was vaporized along with everything he had worked to protect. The Alderaan massacre achieved the opposite of what Tarkin intended. Instead of terrorizing the galaxy into submission, it sparked outrage that drove millions of new recruits into the rebellion's ranks. The Empire had revealed itself as a regime capable of genocide, making resistance a moral imperative rather than a political choice. The stage was now set for the Galactic Civil War that would determine whether the galaxy would remain under Imperial rule or whether the democratic ideals of the Old Republic could be restored. The Empire possessed overwhelming military superiority and control over most inhabited systems, but the rebellion had something more powerful than weapons or territory. They had hope. Hope that tyranny could be defeated by ordinary people willing to sacrifice everything for freedom. Hope that the dark side's triumph was temporary rather than permanent. And hope that somewhere in the galaxy, new heroes were rising who could challenge an empire that seemed invincible. The Death Star plans hidden in a small astromech droid represented more than technical specifications for a superweapon. They were proof that even the Empire's greatest achievements had weaknesses that could be exploited by those brave enough to try. The battle station that was supposed to crush all resistance had instead provided the tools for its own destruction. The Empire had reached the height of its power, but it had also planted the seeds of its own downfall. In trying to rule through fear, they had given their enemies the motivation to fight harder than any Imperial soldier ever could. A young farm boy was about to become the Empire's worst nightmare, and it all started with two droids carrying the galaxy's most dangerous secret. Princess Leia's ship shuddered under Imperial fire as Darth Vader's forces closed in for the kill. The Death Star plans hidden in her vessel represented the rebellion's only hope of stopping a weapon that could destroy entire planets. With capture imminent, Leia made a desperate choice that would change galactic history. She loaded the stolen blueprints into R2-D2 and sent the little droid toward Tatooine in an escape pod alongside his golden companion C-3PO. The droids crashed on the desert world where they were captured by Jawa scavengers and sold to moisture farmers Owen and Beru Lars. Their nephew, Luke Skywalker, was cleaning the droids when he accidentally triggered part of Leia's message asking for help from someone named Obi-Wan Kenobi. Luke recognized the name as belonging to a hermit living in the desert known as Ben Kenobi. When Luke found Ben the next morning, the old man revealed a truth that shattered everything the young farmer thought he knew about his family. Ben was actually Obi-Wan Kenobi, a former Jedi Knight who had served alongside Luke's father during the Clone Wars. Anakin Skywalker had been a Jedi hero who was betrayed and murdered by Darth Vader, or so Obi-Wan claimed. The lightsaber he gave Luke had belonged to his father, a weapon from a more civilized age. Imperial stormtroopers searching for the droids traced them to the Lars homestead, where they murdered Owen and Beru while Luke was away. The young man returned to find his aunt and uncle dead, their bodies burned by Imperial blasters. With nothing left to keep him on Tatooine, Luke joined Obi-Wan's mission to deliver the Death Star plans to the Rebel Alliance. They hired smuggler Han Solo and his Wookiee co-pilot Chewbacca to transport them aboard the Millennium Falcon. The ship was fast but unreliable, much like its captain who claimed he had made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. Solo was a scoundrel who owed money to crime lord Jabba the Hutt, but he was also one of the best pilots in the galaxy. Their destination was Alderaan, Princess Leia's peaceful homeworld and a secret supporter of the rebellion. When they arrived, they found nothing but an asteroid field where the planet should have been. The Death Star had tested its planet-killing super laser on 2 billion innocent people, vaporizing an entire world to demonstrate Imperial power. The Millennium Falcon was caught in the Death Star's tractor beam before they could escape the system. While pretending to be prisoners, Luke convinced his companions to rescue Princess Leia from the detention center. The mission succeeded, but during their escape, Obi-Wan confronted his former apprentice Darth Vader in a lightsaber duel. The old Jedi allowed Vader to strike him down, his body vanishing as he became one with the Force. His sacrifice allowed the others to escape with the Death Star plans, but Luke had lost the closest thing to a father he had ever known. Obi-Wan's voice guided him to let go and trust the Force as they fled toward the rebel base. The rebellion analyzed the stolen plans from their hidden base on Yavin 4, a jungle moon orbiting a gas giant in the outer rim. The Death Star's blueprints revealed a weakness that could be exploited by starfighters, a small thermal exhaust port that led directly to the station's main reactor. If a precise shot could be made down the narrow shaft, the resulting explosion would destroy the entire battle station. The Death Star arrived in the Yavin system with Grand Moff Tarkin aboard, ready to eliminate the rebel base and end the uprising once and for all. The massive space station began charging its super laser while rebel pilots prepared for a desperate assault. They had one chance to destroy the weapon before it fired on their base. Luke joined the attack in an X-Wing fighter despite having no combat experience. Red Squadron and Gold Squadron launched their starfighters against impossible odds, flying into the Death Star's defensive fire to reach the exhaust port. TIE fighters led by Darth Vader himself engaged the rebels, shooting down pilot after pilot as they tried to complete their mission. The first 2 attack runs failed when pilots couldn't make the precise shot needed to trigger the chain reaction. Luke was the last hope as he began his approach to the exhaust port, with Vader closing in behind him. Just as the Dark Lord prepared to shoot him down, Han Solo returned in the Millennium Falcon, ramming Vader's escort and sending the Sith Lord spinning into space. Obi-Wan's spirit urged Luke to trust the Force rather than his targeting computer. The young pilot switched off his instruments and fired based on instinct, sending 2 proton torpedoes down the shaft moments before the Death Star could fire on Yavin 4. The resulting explosion destroyed the battle station and everyone aboard, including Grand Moff Tarkin. The Battle of Yavin became the rebellion's first major victory and proved that the Empire could be defeated. Luke Skywalker emerged as a hero alongside Princess Leia and Han Solo, their success inspiring others across the galaxy to join the fight against Imperial tyranny. The Death Star's destruction showed that the Empire's ultimate weapon had a fatal flaw, and courage combined with skill could overcome overwhelming odds. But the war was far from over. Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader had survived the destruction of their superweapon, and they were determined to crush the rebellion before it could grow stronger. The Empire began hunting the rebels across the galaxy, forcing them to evacuate their base and seek new hiding places where they could rebuild their forces. The next 3 years saw the Empire striking back with renewed fury. Imperial forces pursued the rebels from system to system, preventing them from establishing permanent bases while gathering intelligence about their operations. The cat-and-mouse game reached its climax at Echo Base on the ice planet Hoth, where the Alliance had built a hidden fortress in the frozen wasteland. Imperial probe droids eventually located the rebel base, leading to a massive assault by ground forces and star destroyers. The Battle of Hoth forced the rebellion to evacuate under fire, while Imperial walkers destroyed their shield generator and overran their defenses. Many rebels died during the retreat, but the core leadership escaped to fight another day. Luke used this time to seek out Yoda on the swamp planet Dagobah, following instructions from Obi-Wan's spirit. The ancient Jedi Master trained him in the ways of the Force, while the Empire laid a trap for the young Skywalker. Darth Vader captured Han, Leia, and Chewbacca on Cloud City, using them as bait to lure Luke into a confrontation. The duel between Luke and Vader in the carbon freezing chamber revealed a truth that shook the young Jedi to his core. Vader claimed to be his father, the very man Obi-Wan had said was betrayed and murdered. The revelation that Anakin Skywalker had become Darth Vader shattered Luke's understanding of the galaxy and his own destiny. Luke escaped with his life, but lost his right hand to Vader's lightsaber. Han Solo was frozen in carbonite and delivered to Jabba the Hutt by bounty hunter Boba Fett. The rebellion had suffered major losses while learning that their greatest hero was the son of their greatest enemy. The following year brought new challenges as Luke worked to rescue Han from Jabba's palace on Tatooine. The elaborate plan required Leia to disguise herself as a bounty hunter while Luke and his friends infiltrated the crime lord's stronghold. They succeeded in freeing Han and destroying Jabba's criminal organization, but Luke learned that Yoda was dying when he returned to Dagobah. The ancient Jedi Master confirmed Vader's claim about Luke's parentage while revealing that Leia was his twin sister. Yoda passed away at 900 years old, becoming one with the Force alongside Obi-Wan. Luke now faced the burden of being the last hope for both the Jedi Order and the rebellion against an empire led by his own father. The war's climax came when the Alliance learned about a second Death Star under construction near the forest moon of Endor. This new battle station was even larger than the first and was being built under the personal supervision of Emperor Palpatine himself. The opportunity to destroy both the weapon and the Empire's leadership in a single strike was too valuable to ignore. The rebellion gathered its entire fleet for the assault, while a strike team led by Han Solo attempted to destroy the shield generator protecting the Death Star. Luke surrendered himself to Imperial forces, hoping to redeem his father and turn Vader back to the light side. Their reunion on Endor led to Luke being brought before the Emperor in the Death Star's throne room. Palpatine revealed that the Rebel fleet was walking into a trap. The Death Star's super laser was operational despite appearing unfinished, and an Imperial armada waited to destroy the Alliance forces. The shield protecting the battle station remained active while TIE fighters and Star Destroyers massacred Rebel ships that couldn't retreat. Luke and Vader dueled one final time while the battle raged around them. The young Jedi's anger nearly led him to the dark side when Vader threatened to corrupt Leia instead. Luke stopped himself from killing his father, choosing compassion over revenge despite the Emperor's attempts to goad him into hatred. Palpatine tortured Luke with Force lightning, nearly killing him while Vader watched. At the last moment, Anakin Skywalker awakened within the Dark Lord's mask. He couldn't watch his son die, so he grabbed the Emperor and hurled him down a reactor shaft. The explosion of dark side energy mortally wounded Vader, but he died redeemed in his son's arms. The shield generator's destruction allowed the Rebel fleet to attack the Death Star's reactor core. Lando Calrissian and Wedge Antilles piloted the Millennium Falcon into the battle station's superstructure, firing the shots that triggered its destruction. The second Death Star exploded with the Emperor and Imperial command staff aboard, effectively ending the Empire's ability to control the galaxy. Across the galaxy, people celebrated the news of Palpatine's death and the Empire's defeat. Statues of the Emperor were torn down while former Imperial worlds declared their independence. Luke burned his father's armor on Endor while joining the Ewok celebration, where he saw the Force spirits of Yoda, Obi-Wan, and the redeemed Anakin Skywalker watching over him. The Battle of Endor marked the end of the Galactic Civil War's decisive phase, though scattered Imperial forces would continue fighting for years. The rebellion had accomplished what seemed impossible, defeating an empire that controlled most of the galaxy through courage, sacrifice, and hope. Luke Skywalker had fulfilled his destiny by redeeming his father and destroying the Sith, while the galaxy began the long process of rebuilding from decades of tyranny. The victory came at enormous cost in lives and resources, but it proved that ordinary people could overcome tyranny when they stood together. Princess Leia, Han Solo, Chewbacca, and countless others had risked everything to restore freedom to the galaxy. Their success would inspire future generations while serving as a reminder that evil could be defeated by those brave enough to fight it. Destroying the Death Star was just the beginning, and the galaxy was about to discover that winning a war was easier than building a lasting peace. The Emperor's death at Endor created a power vacuum that tore the Empire apart from within. Without Palpatine's iron grip holding the government together, Imperial officers across the galaxy began fighting each other for control of what remained. Grand Vizier Masa Medar tried to rule from Coruscant, while Grand Moff Ardus Kane claimed authority over the Outer Rim territories. None of these pretenders possessed the charisma or political skill that had made Palpatine so effective. The Rebel Alliance seized this opportunity to transform itself into something larger. In 5 ABY, they officially reorganized as the New Republic, with Mon Mothma serving as the first Chancellor. The woman who had helped build the rebellion from scattered resistance cells now faced the challenge of creating a government that could replace the Empire without repeating its mistakes. The transition from guerrilla fighters to legitimate government wasn't easy. Rebel commanders who had spent years conducting hit-and-run attacks now had to think about governing star systems and managing economies. The skills that made someone effective at blowing up Imperial installations weren't necessarily the same ones needed for writing tax policy and negotiating trade agreements. Warlord Zinj emerged as one of the most dangerous threats during this chaotic period. This ambitious Imperial officer carved out his own empire in the Outer Rim, calling it the Zinj Empire and waging war against both the New Republic and other Imperial factions. His forces controlled dozens of star systems and possessed enough firepower to challenge conventional fleets in open battle. Zinj's defeat came through the combined efforts of Han Solo and his allies, who pursued the warlord across multiple star systems before finally cornering him at the Battle of Dathomir. The victory in 8 ABY eliminated one of the New Republic's most persistent enemies, while demonstrating that the scattered Imperial remnants could be defeated through coordinated military action. The New Republic's greatest symbolic victory came with the liberation of Coruscant in 7 ABY. The Imperial Center had been the Empire's capital for decades, representing everything the rebellion had fought against. Reclaiming it required complex military operations to overcome the remaining Imperial garrison while avoiding civilian casualties in the heavily populated urban areas. The victory celebration was short-lived when Yuuzhan Izar launched her revenge from the shadows. The former Imperial Intelligence Director had remained hidden on Coruscant after the official Imperial government fled, preparing a biological weapon that would make the New Republic's victory meaningless. The Krytos virus she released targeted non-human species, turning the planet's liberation into a humanitarian crisis. Izard's plan was diabolical in its simplicity. The virus would force the New Republic to spend enormous resources treating the sick while creating racial tensions that could tear their coalition apart. Alien species would blame humans for the plague, while humans might come to see aliens as a burden on their resources. The Empire's final weapon wasn't a superweapon, but a disease designed to destroy the New Republic from within. Rogue Squadron emerged as heroes during this crisis by tracking down the cure and exposing Izard's involvement. Wedge Antilles led his pilots in missions that combined traditional fighter combat with medical supply runs, proving that sometimes the most important battles weren't fought with weapons. Their success in distributing Bacta to infected populations saved millions of lives while maintaining unity between different species. The Bacta war that followed took the squadron to Thyfera, where Izard had gained control of the galaxy's primary Bacta production facilities. This healing substance was essential for treating both the virus and conventional injuries, making its supply a strategic resource that could determine the outcome of future conflicts. Izard's control over Bacta gave her leverage that traditional military forces couldn't match. Rogue Squadron's assault on Thyfera was fought as much in boardrooms as in space battles. They had to convince local governments and corporate leaders that supporting Izard would ultimately be more costly than accepting New Republic authority. The campaign succeeded when Izard was finally defeated and killed, ending her threat while securing the Bacta supply for the galaxy's medical needs. The period of relative peace that followed allowed the New Republic to consolidate its gains, while the remaining Imperial forces regrouped under new leadership. Most citizens began to believe that the dark days of civil war were finally over, but they hadn't counted on the return of the Empire's most brilliant military commander. Grand Admiral Thrawn emerged from the unknown regions in 9 ABY like a ghost from the Empire's past. This blue-skinned Chiss officer had been one of Palpatine's most effective commanders, combining tactical genius with cultural insight that allowed him to predict enemy movements through studying their art and philosophy. His return rallied Imperial remnants who had been fighting separately into a unified force. Thrawn's campaign nearly destroyed the New Republic through superior strategy rather than overwhelming firepower. He captured a fleet of lost Katana dreadnoughts that provided him with additional ships while using cloned soldiers, grown in Sparty cylinders, to crew them. These troops could be produced faster than conventional recruitment allowed, giving him manpower advantages that offset the New Republic's numerical superiority. The Dark Jedi Joruus C'baoth became Thrawn's secret weapon for sowing chaos among New Republic forces. This clone of a former Jedi Master possessed powerful Force abilities, but lacked the original's wisdom and restraint. His mental instability made him dangerous to everyone around him, but Thrawn was able to channel that madness against his enemies. During the height of Thrawn's offensive, Han Solo and Leia Organa welcomed twins into the galaxy. Jacen and Jaina Solo were born in 9 ABY, while their parents fought to preserve the democracy they wanted their children to inherit. The timing seemed terrible for starting a family, but the twins would grow up to become some of the most important figures in galactic history. Thrawn's downfall came from an unexpected source when his own bodyguard turned against him. Rook was a Noghri warrior whose species had been enslaved by the Empire through lies about their homeworld's environmental damage. Leia's discovery of this deception and her efforts to help the Noghri people earned their loyalty, leading directly to Thrawn's assassination at the Battle of Bilbringi. The Grand Admiral's death ended the last serious Imperial threat to New Republic authority, but the victory came with personal costs for Luke Skywalker. His confrontation with Joruus C'baoth revealed that the Mad Clone had grown another copy of Luke using genetic material from the hand he had lost on Cloud City. Mara Jade's assistance in defeating both C'baoth and the Luke clone helped begin their relationship while ending this particular threat. The galaxy thought it had seen the last of Emperor Palpatine when he died at Endor, but death was just another obstacle for someone who had mastered the dark side's most forbidden techniques. In 10 ABY, Palpatine returned through cloning technology that transferred his spirit into a new body. The revelation that the galaxy's greatest enemy had cheated death itself sent shockwaves through both the New Republic and the remaining Imperial forces. Operation Shadowhand demonstrated that the resurrected Emperor had learned from his previous defeat. Instead of relying on a single superweapon, he deployed multiple planet-killing devices, including world devastators that could consume worlds to build more weapons. His new flagship Eclipse was even larger than the Death Stars, while being equipped with its own super laser. Luke Skywalker made the dangerous decision to infiltrate Palpatine's organization by pretending to become his apprentice. The plan was to learn the Emperor's weaknesses from within while protecting others from his influence. But the dark side's seductive power nearly corrupted Luke for real. Only Leia's intervention and her pregnancy with Anakin Solo provided the emotional anchor he needed to resist complete corruption. The final confrontation with Palpatine's clone required the combined efforts of multiple heroes to overcome his supernatural power. Luke and Leia worked together to destroy the Emperor's physical form, while other allies eliminated his superweapons and scattered his fleet. The victory seemed complete until Palpatine made one last desperate attempt to cheat death. The Emperor's spirit tried to possess Leia's newborn son, Anakin Solo, seeking to continue his existence in a new body. This ultimate violation of innocence was prevented by Jedi Knight Empatogios Brand, who sacrificed his own life to bind Palpatine's essence and drag it into the netherworld. The Emperor's final death in 11 ABY ended a threat that had haunted the galaxy for decades. Luke's decision to establish a new Jedi Academy on Yavin 4 represented hope for the future, despite the challenges he faced in training new Force users. Students like Kip Duran and Corran Horn brought their own skills and perspectives to the growing order, but they also carried the potential for both great good and terrible mistakes. The Academy faced its first major crisis when the spirit of ancient Sith Lord Exar Kun awakened from its millennia-long dormancy. The dark presence that had been trapped in the Massassi temples since the Great Sith War attempted to corrupt Luke's students, just as it had influenced Jedi thousands of years earlier. The threat was overcome when the students worked together, proving that cooperation could triumph over individual ambition. Meanwhile, the scattered Imperial forces were gradually unifying under Admiral Gilad Pelayon's leadership. By 12 ABY, the Imperial remnant had formed with a Council of Moffs providing governance over the territories that remained under Imperial control. This smaller but more stable organization posed less threat to galactic peace while offering former Imperial citizens a legitimate government to support. Various minor conflicts continued to erupt during this period as different factions tested the New Republic's resolve. Durga the Hutt's construction of the Darksaber weapon demonstrated that even criminal organizations could threaten galactic security. The Black Fleet crisis with Yvetha xenophobes showed that alien species could be just as dangerous as human supremacists when driven by hatred and fear. The Corellian insurrection led by Thraken Salsolo proved that even core worlds could rebel against New Republic authority when local politics became too heated. The crisis was resolved through negotiation rather than military force, setting a precedent for handling future disputes through diplomatic means whenever possible. Peace finally came with the signing of the Pelayon-Gavrisum Treaty in 19 ABY, formally ending the Galactic Civil War after 21 years of conflict. Grand Admiral Pelayon's decision to negotiate with New Republic President Ponce Gavrisum showed that even former enemies could find common ground when survival was at stake. Luke Skywalker's marriage to Mara Jade in the same year symbolized the healing that was taking place throughout the galaxy. The former Emperor's hand, who had once been programmed to kill Luke, had become his closest ally and eventually his wife. Their relationship demonstrated that redemption was possible even for those who had served the dark side most faithfully. Leia Organa Solo's completion of her Jedi training allowed her to balance her roles as political leader and Force user. She served as New Republic Chief of State while raising 3 children who would grow up to face challenges that their parents could barely imagine. Jacen, Jaina, and Anakin Solo represented the next generation's hope for maintaining peace in a galaxy that had known too much war. The New Republic's victory over the Empire's remnants proved that democracy could survive even the most determined attempts to destroy it. The government that emerged from decades of conflict was stronger and more resilient than the old Republic had been, having learned hard lessons about the price of complacency and the importance of vigilance. But peace was fragile. and new threats were already gathering in the unknown regions beyond the galaxy's edge. The New Republic had won the right to determine its own destiny, but that victory came with the responsibility to protect not just their own citizens, but all sentient life from dangers they couldn't yet imagine. The next test of their resolve would come from outside the galaxy itself, bringing challenges that no previous government had ever faced. The galaxy was about to face something worse than the Empire, worse than the Sith, worse than anything they could have imagined. The enemy came from outside their reality entirely, and they brought hell with them. After 25 years of relative peace, the New Republic had grown comfortable with the idea that their biggest threats were internal politics and the occasional warlord. Trade disputes seemed manageable compared to galactic civil wars. Reconstruction projects were moving forward on worlds devastated by Imperial rule. The Jedi Academy was training new students who had never known the terror of Order 66. Then the Yuuzhan Vong arrived and reminded everyone that the galaxy was a very small place in a much larger universe. These weren't just another alien species with different customs and technology. The Yuuzhan Vong were religious fanatics from another galaxy entirely who viewed pain as sacred and technology as blasphemy. They had crossed the void between galaxies in living ships that pulsed with organic life, carrying weapons grown rather than built and armor that fused with their flesh. Most terrifying of all, they existed outside the Force itself, invisible to Jedi senses and immune to the powers that had defeated every previous enemy. The invasion began with outlying worlds that disappeared from galactic communication networks without explanation. Cernpidal became one of the first major targets when Yuuzhan Vong forces crashed one of its moons into the planet itself. The attack wasn't just military conquest, but complete planetary annihilation, turning a thriving world into a field of debris and death. The Yuuzhan Vong didn't want to conquer and rule like the Empire had. They wanted to reshape the galaxy into something unrecognizable, starting with the complete elimination of mechanical technology and ending with the transformation of every world into a living ecosystem under their control. The New Republic's initial response was hampered by political indecision and bureaucratic paralysis. Many senators refused to believe that the threat was as serious as initial reports suggested. Chief of State Borsk Falia and other politicians debated whether to negotiate with the invaders or sacrifice frontier worlds to protect the core. This hesitation gave the Yuuzhan Vong precious time to establish footholds and begin their systematic advance toward the galaxy's heart. Luke Skywalker recognized the threat earlier than most political leaders and began organizing the Jedi response. He formed a new Jedi Council that could make decisions quickly without getting bogged down in the democratic processes that made the New Republic so slow to act. The Jedi became frontline leaders in the resistance effort, using their abilities to coordinate military units and inspire courage in troops facing an enemy that defied everything they thought they knew about warfare. The attack on Yavin 4 forced Luke to evacuate his Jedi Academy, abandoning the moon where he had trained the first new generation of Jedi Knights since the Empire's fall. The Yuuzhan Vong specifically targeted Force users because they saw them as abominations against the natural order. Jedi who fell into enemy hands faced torture designed to break their connection to the Force before they were finally killed. Jason, Jaina, and Anakin Solo entered the war as teenagers but quickly proved themselves capable warriors despite their youth. They had grown up hearing stories about their parents' heroic deeds during the Galactic Civil War, and now they faced the challenge of living up to that legacy while confronting an enemy their parents had never encountered. Their Force abilities made them valuable assets in the fight against invaders who couldn't be sensed through normal means. The fall of Coruscant marked the war's darkest moment when Yuuzhan Vong forces successfully assaulted the galactic capital after years of methodical conquest. The massive invasion fleet overwhelmed the planet's defenses through sheer numbers and biological weapons that turned the cityscape into a battlefield. Billions of refugees fled the planet as the invaders began the process of reshaping it according to their own twisted vision. The transformation of Coruscant into Yuuzhan represented everything the invaders wanted to accomplish on a galactic scale. They stripped away the mechanical infrastructure that had defined the planet for thousands of years, replacing it with organic growths that served the same functions while appearing completely alien to former residents. The world that had been the center of galactic civilization became a monument to Yuuzhan Vong religious beliefs about the proper relationship between living beings and their environment. The war's turning point came when unexpected alliances formed between former enemies who recognized that their survival depended on cooperation. The Imperial Remnant, under Admiral Gilad Pellaeon, joined forces with the New Republic despite decades of hostility between their governments. Queen Mother Tenel Ka committed the Hyperspace Consortium's fleet to the war effort after Hapan royals were killed in Yuuzhan Vong attacks. Even criminal organizations and independent systems contributed resources to the fight against invaders who threatened everyone equally. The discovery of Zonama Sekot provided the key to understanding and ultimately defeating the Yuuzhan Vong. This living planet in the unknown regions was revered by the invaders as a legend from their own galaxy, a world that had somehow survived the catastrophe that destroyed their original homeworld. The planet's consciousness could communicate with both sides of the conflict, offering the possibility of peace through understanding rather than complete military victory. Anakin Solo's death during the mission to destroy the Voxine breeding facility devastated his family while depriving the galaxy of one of its most promising young heroes. The genetically engineered creatures were designed specifically to hunt and kill Jedi, making their elimination crucial for the Order's survival. Anakin's sacrifice ensured the mission's success but cost him his life when he stayed behind to hold off pursuing Yuuzhan Vong forces. The loss of their youngest son affected Han and Leia differently, with each parent struggling to cope with grief while continuing to fight a war that had already taken too much from their family. Jaina channeled her rage into becoming an even more effective warrior, earning the title Sword of the Jedi through her deadly skill in combat. Jacen took a different path, allowing himself to be captured and tortured while learning new perspectives on the Force from his enigmatic guide, Vergere. Vergere's teachings about the nature of the Force challenged everything Jacen thought he knew about light and dark, good and evil. The former Jedi who had joined the Yuuzhan Vong decades earlier understood both sides of the conflict in ways that other teachers couldn't match. Her influence on Jacen would have consequences that extended far beyond the immediate war, shaping his understanding of power and responsibility in ways that would eventually lead him down a dark path. The reorganization of the New Republic into the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances reflected the reality that the old government structure couldn't handle the crisis effectively. Cal Omas became chief of state of an organization that included not just Republic worlds, but also the Imperial Remnant and other former enemies who had joined the war effort. This unity of purpose made possible the military victories that gradually turned the tide against the invaders. The Battle of Ebak 9 demonstrated that Yuuzhan Vong forces could be defeated through superior tactics and coordination between different military units. Jaina Solo and Admiral Akbar worked together to trap and destroy an entire enemy fleet. The victory proved that the invaders weren't invincible when faced with determined resistance and clever planning. Jacen's escape from captivity after communing with the world brain on Coruscant gave him insights into Yuuzhan Vong's psychology that would prove crucial in the final stages of the war. His ability to understand their perspective while maintaining his own identity allowed him to serve as a bridge between the two sides when communication became necessary for ending the conflict. Zonama Sekot's arrival in the core systems created chaos within Yuuzhan Vong ranks as different factions debated whether the living planet represented salvation or damnation according to their religious beliefs. Supreme Overlord Shimra's increasingly erratic behavior revealed the stress that the war was placing on enemy leadership, making them vulnerable to the kind of coordinated assault that the Galactic Alliance was preparing. The final battle to retake Coruscant brought together forces from across the galaxy in the largest military operation since the Clone Wars. Alliance fleets supported by Zonama Sekot and even defecting Yuuzhan Vong commanders attacked the transformed capital world, while ground forces fought to reach the enemy leadership. The campaign required sacrifices from every participating group, but the alternative was continued enslavement under invader rule. Luke Skywalker's confrontation with Supreme Overlord Shimura in the depths of the enemy citadel represented the clash between two completely different philosophies about the nature of existence. The Yuuzhan Vong leader believed that pain and suffering were necessary for spiritual growth, while Luke maintained that compassion and understanding were the keys to true wisdom. Their duel was fought with both physical weapons and competing worldviews. The revelation that Onimi, a seemingly minor Yuuzhan Vong figure, was actually the true power behind Shimra's throne showed how completely the invaders had been corrupted by their own pursuit of perfection through pain. This twisted creature had manipulated events from the shadows while allowing others to take credit for victories and blame for defeats. His near victory over Luke was prevented only by Jacen's intervention, using new understanding of the Force that transcended traditional light and dark distinctions. Jacen's breakthrough in understanding the unity of the Force allowed him to defeat Onimi while demonstrating that the conflict could end through enlightenment rather than continued violence. His ability to see beyond the traditional Jedi teachings reflected lessons learned during his captivity and torture, experiences that had broken down his preconceptions about the nature of good and evil. The Yuuzhan Vong surrender came when their leadership was eliminated, and Zonama Sekot's presence convinced many warriors that continued fighting would violate their most sacred beliefs. The living planet offered them a chance at redemption through exile, taking the surviving invaders away from the galaxy they had tried to conquer. This solution satisfied both sides by removing the threat while allowing the Yuuzhan Vong to maintain their honor according to their own cultural standards. The cost of victory was measured in trillions of lives lost and entire civilizations destroyed during 5 years of total war. Chewbacca, Anakin Solo, and countless other heroes had died to preserve freedom for future generations. The HoloNet that had connected the galaxy for millennia was destroyed, forcing worlds to rebuild communication networks from scratch. Economic infrastructure that had taken centuries to develop was wiped out in years of sustained warfare. But the galaxy had survived its greatest test by learning to work together despite their differences. Former enemies had become allies when faced with a threat that targeted everyone equally. The Imperial Remnant had fought alongside New Republic forces, while criminal organizations provided crucial support for military operations. Even species that had feuded for generations found common ground in their shared determination to resist conquest. Zonama Sekot's departure with the surviving Yuuzhan Vong marked the end of an era when the galaxy could consider itself isolated from external threats. The living planet took the defeated invaders far beyond the galactic rim, where they could begin the long process of healing from their own traumatic history. The peace agreement satisfied both practical and spiritual needs by removing the immediate danger while offering hope for eventual reconciliation. The establishment of the Galactic Alliance as the dominant government reflected lessons learned during the war about the importance of unity and cooperation. Former enemies who had fought together against the Yuuzhan Vong now had to build a lasting peace that could prevent future conflicts while respecting the independence of different worlds and species. Luke Skywalker's new Jedi Order emerged from the war with greater respect and authority than the organization had enjoyed since before the Clone Wars. Half the Jedi had died fighting the invaders, but their sacrifice had proved the Order's value to galactic civilization. The formal integration of a Jedi Council into the government structure recognized their role as protectors and advisors while maintaining democratic oversight. Leia's completion of her Jedi training during the war's aftermath symbolized the family's commitment to serving the greater good despite their personal losses. Jason's journey to learn more about the Force reflected his growth during the conflict, though the full consequences of Vergara's teachings wouldn't become apparent for years. Jaina's recognition as the Sword of the Jedi honored her contributions to victory while acknowledging her potential for future service. The Yuuzhan Vong War had taught the galaxy that peace was fragile and required constant vigilance to maintain. New threats would eventually emerge to test the Alliance's resolve, but the unity forged during the darkest hours would provide a foundation for facing whatever challenges lay ahead. The survivors had learned that cooperation was stronger than competition, and that even the most different groups could find common ground when faced with extinction. The galaxy entered a new era with hard-won wisdom about the price of freedom and the importance of standing together against those who would destroy everything that made life worth living. The heroes who had given their lives for victory would be remembered, while the survivors carried forward their legacy of courage and sacrifice. The future remained uncertain, but for the first time in decades, it was a future that the galaxy would determine for itself. The galaxy's greatest hero was about to become its darkest villain, and this time the threat came from within the family that had saved them all before. Just when the galaxy thought it could finally heal from the devastation of the Yuuzhan Vong War, new problems emerged that tested everyone's patience and resolve. The Dark Nest Crisis brought Luke Skywalker face to face with Killik insects in the unknown regions who were influencing Jedi through a hive mind connection. These weren't just any bugs, but creatures capable of absorbing Force-sensitive individuals into their collective consciousness, turning them into extensions of the Nest's will. Luke had become a father during the war when his son Ben Skywalker was born. Now serving as Grand Master of the Jedi, He led the effort to resolve what became known as the Swarm War. The conflict threatened to spread when the insectoid Killiks came into contact with the militaristic Chiss, two species whose fundamental differences made peaceful coexistence nearly impossible. The crisis was resolved when Unu Thul, formerly the human Raynar Thul, who had been absorbed into the Killik collective, agreed to step down from his leadership role. But the incident revealed deeper problems brewing within the galactic government as member worlds began questioning whether the Galactic Alliance was becoming too centralized and authoritarian. The political turbulence that followed the Killik resolution grew worse as the Alliance struggled with internal dissent. Member worlds that had united against the Yuuzhan Vong began demanding more autonomy now that the external threat was gone. The same cooperation that had saved the galaxy was becoming a source of friction as different systems pursued their own interests. Corellia emerged as the leader of a new secession movement that attracted other worlds frustrated with Alliance policies. The confederation that formed around Corellian leadership included both Awui and other systems that felt their voices were being ignored by the central government. What started as political disagreement gradually escalated into something much more dangerous. Jacen Solo returned from his travels with expanded force powers and a philosophy that would have horrified his parents if they had understood its implications. His experiences during the Yuuzhan Vong War, particularly his torture and education by Vergere, had convinced him that traditional Jedi teachings were inadequate for preventing future galactic catastrophes. The young man who had once been a symbol of hope for the new generation now believed that the ends justified the means when it came to maintaining peace. His mentor, Vergere, had taught him to see beyond conventional concepts of light and dark, but those lessons had planted seeds of corruption that were now beginning to bloom. Lumiya, a Sith Lord who had survived from the Imperial era, recognized opportunity in Jacen's philosophical confusion. She began whispering in his ear about the necessity of embracing darker methods to achieve noble goals. Her influence combined with Vergere's earlier teachings to create a dangerous mix of idealism and ruthlessness. Jacen's position as a special agent for the Chief of State gave him authority to form the Galactic Alliance Guard, a security force designed to crack down on terrorist activities by Corellian separatists. What began as legitimate law enforcement gradually transformed into something more sinister as Jacen's methods became increasingly harsh. The Second Galactic Civil War erupted when diplomatic efforts failed to resolve the growing tensions between the Alliance and the Confederation. Unlike the previous conflict with the Empire, this was truly a civil war with families and friends finding themselves on opposite sides of political divides that had spiraled out of control. Jacen's secret transformation into Darth Caedus marked the point of no return in his fall to the dark side. Lumiya formally knighted him as a Sith Lord, completing a corruption process that had been years in the making. The idealistic young man who had helped defeat the Yuuzhan Vong was now following the same path that had destroyed his grandfather. The parallels between Jacen and Anakin Skywalker became clear as Caedus began alienating everyone who cared about him in pursuit of his vision of galactic peace through authoritarian control. He genuinely believed he was saving the galaxy from future chaos, but his methods grew more brutal with each passing day. Mara Jade Skywalker's death marked the moment when any remaining hope for Jacen's redemption disappeared. When she confronted him about his dark activities, their duel ended with her murder at the hands of someone she had watched grow up from childhood. The woman who had served as Luke's wife and partner was killed by her own nephew in what amounted to family betrayal of the worst kind. Luke's grief and anger over Mara's death nearly drove him to the dark side as well. The revelation that his own nephew was responsible for killing his wife shattered the Skywalker family and created divisions that would take years to heal. Lumiya's subsequent death at Luke's hands eliminated one of Cadus's key supporters, but came too late to prevent further tragedy. Cadus's rise to Chief of State of the Galactic Alliance came through political manipulation that engineered the removal of Cal Omas from office. Once in power, he transformed the democratic government into an authoritarian regime that used fear and violence to maintain control. The alliance that had been founded on principles of cooperation and mutual respect became a tool of oppression. The war that followed devastated multiple worlds as Cadus pursued increasingly extreme measures to maintain his grip on power. His decision to burn Kashyyyk as punishment for aiding Luke demonstrated how completely he had abandoned any pretense of moral leadership. The planet where Chewbacca had been born suffered ecological destruction to satisfy one man's need for revenge. The Imperial remnant's defection from the Alliance came when Admiral Pellaeon realized that Cadus represented everything the Empire had been accused of at its worst. Jagged Fell, Pellaeon's protege, led the remnant forces in joining Luke Skywalker's coalition against the increasingly tyrannical Alliance government. The Jedi coalition that formed around Luke brought together former Alliance loyalists who could no longer support Cadus's regime. This wasn't a traditional military alliance, but a desperate attempt to stop someone who had the power to destroy galactic civilization in pursuit of his twisted vision of peace. Jaina Solo faced the most difficult choice imaginable when she realized that stopping her twin brother might require killing him. Her training with Mandalorians taught her techniques specifically designed for fighting Force users, knowledge that she hoped never to use against someone she loved. The final confrontation between the twins aboard Cadus's flagship was both a family tragedy and a galactic necessity. Jacen's last moments were spent trying to warn Tenel Ka about threats to their infant daughter, Alana, showing that some spark of goodness remained even in his fallen state. Cadus's death ended the immediate threat but left behind a galaxy traumatized by watching heroes turn into villains. The fact that one of the most celebrated families in galactic history could produce someone capable of such destruction shook public confidence in both the Jedi and democratic institutions. Admiral Neothal's surrender of Alliance leadership paved the way for Natasi Dala to become Chief of State as a neutral figure who could unite the warring factions. The former Imperial Admiral's appointment was controversial but necessary given the need for someone with no ties to either side of the recent conflict. Han and Leia's decision to adopt their granddaughter Alana while hiding her true parentage protected the child from those who might blame her for her father's crimes. The couple, who had already lost one son to the dark side, now faced the challenge of raising his daughter while keeping her safe from the consequences of his actions. The Jedi Order emerged from the war battered by internal divisions, but still committed to their role as peacekeepers. The fact that one of their most promising members had fallen so completely forced painful examinations of their training methods and philosophical foundations. Luke's temporary exile came when Chief Daala blamed the Jedi for failing to prevent Cadus's rise and subsequent crimes. The restrictions placed on the Order reflected public distrust of Force users who seemed to operate above the law while making decisions that affected everyone's lives. The journey that Luke and Ben undertook to understand Jason's fall led them to discover ancient threats that had been inadvertently awakened by recent events. Abeloth, a dark side entity of immense power, represented dangers that went beyond traditional conflicts between light and dark. The alliance between Jedi and Sith to defeat Abeloth demonstrated that even ancient enemies could cooperate when faced with threats to existence itself. The lost tribe of the Sith proved willing to work with their traditional foes, rather than see the galaxy consumed by forces neither side could control alone. Abeloth's defeat restored order to the Senate while eliminating a threat that could have destroyed everything both Jedi and Sith valued. Win Dorvan's elevation to Chief of State provided stable leadership for a government that had been manipulated by supernatural forces beyond most people's understanding. The Jedi's temporary withdrawal from Coruscant reflected their recognition that political entanglements had contributed to recent disasters. By distancing themselves from government power, they hoped to avoid future conflicts between their spiritual mission and political necessities. Jagged Fell's marriage to Jaina Solo laid the foundation for the Fell dynasty that would eventually bridge the gap between Imperial and Jedi traditions. Their union symbolized hope that former enemies could build something better together than they had achieved separately. The Second Galactic Civil War taught the galaxy that peace was fragile and required constant vigilance to maintain. The fact that their greatest heroes could become their most dangerous enemies forced everyone to reconsider assumptions about good and evil that had seemed clear-cut during previous conflicts. The galaxy entered a new era with hard-won wisdom about the dangers of both extremism and complacency. The next generation would inherit both the legacy of these tragedies and the responsibility to build something better from the ruins of what had been destroyed. The Skywalker name was about to face its final test, and this time the enemy had been hiding for over a century, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. For 80 years after the Second Galactic Civil War, the galaxy enjoyed relative stability as the Fell Empire and Galactic Alliance coexisted peacefully. Trade flourished between their territories, while Luke Skywalker's Jedi Order continued training new generations of Force users who served as peacekeepers and protectors throughout civilized space. It seemed like the age of galactic wars was finally over. But in the shadows of Korriban, an ancient evil was growing stronger with each passing year. Darth Krayt had once been Asharad Het, a Jedi Knight who survived Order 66 and lived among the Tusken Raiders on Tatooine. The devastation of the Yuuzhan Vong War convinced him that only unified Sith rule could bring lasting order to a galaxy that seemed incapable of governing itself. Krayt rejected everything about Darth Bane's rule of two philosophy. Instead of limiting the Sith to just two individuals, he created the one Sith with dozens of acolytes, all serving under his absolute authority. This new organization spent over a century building strength while remaining completely hidden from both the Jedi and Galactic governments. The Sith Imperial War erupted when Krayt's followers manipulated existing tensions between the Fell Empire and Galactic Alliance. Moff Nina Calixte and other conspirators within the Imperial government secretly allied with the One Sith while publicly supporting Emperor Rowan Fell's military campaigns against Alliance forces. The Treaty of Anaxes formalized what appeared to be cooperation between the Empire and hidden Sith forces, But in reality, it was the beginning of a trap that would eventually destroy both legitimate governments. The war that followed saw Alliance forces suffering defeat after defeat as their enemies seemed to anticipate every strategic move. Coruscant fell to Imperial forces who claimed to be restoring order to a chaotic galaxy. Emperor Rowan Fel established himself on the galactic capital's throne, while the Alliance government formally surrendered after losing too many battles to continue fighting. Victory celebrations were short-lived when the one Sith revealed their true nature. Darth Krayt's betrayal of his Imperial allies came almost immediately after their joint victory. The Sith Lord, who had spent decades manipulating events from behind the scenes, finally stepped into the light and claimed the throne for himself. Rowan Fel fled to Bastion with loyal forces, establishing an empire in exile that rejected Sith authority. The new Sith Empire that Krayt declared was unlike anything the galaxy had seen since ancient times. The Council of One Sith ruled openly for the first time in over a millennium, implementing policies designed to eliminate opposition while reshaping galactic civilization according to their dark vision. The massacre at Ossus targeted the Jedi Order with systematic brutality that surpassed even Order 66 in its thoroughness. Darth Nihil led Sith forces in an assault on the Jedi Temple that killed most of the defenders while forcing survivors to flee and hide. Cole Skywalker died protecting younglings from Sith assassins, continuing the family tradition of sacrifice for the greater good. Cade Skywalker witnessed his father's death as a 14-year-old boy, an experience that traumatized him so completely that he abandoned the Jedi path entirely. The last heir of the galaxy's most famous bloodline became a death stick-addicted bounty hunter who wanted nothing to do with his heritage or destiny. 3 separate factions emerged from the chaos of Krayt's takeover. The Sith Empire controlled Coruscant and most core worlds through fear and overwhelming military force. Rowan Fel's Empire in Exile maintained control over Imperial Knights and loyal sectors while plotting to reclaim their stolen throne. Admiral Gar Stazi's Galactic Alliance remnant conducted guerrilla warfare with whatever ships had escaped the initial defeat. Darth Krayt's rule brought tyranny to the galaxy on a scale that made Palpatine's empire look benevolent by comparison. Sith lords like Darth Talon, Darth Nihil, and Darth Maladi implemented policies that crushed any hint of opposition while pursuing their master's vision of perfect order through absolute control. The Dark Lord's personal obsession with curing his terminal illness drove many of his strategic decisions. Yuuzhan Vong coral seeds implanted in his body during the war were slowly eating him from within, making his quest for immortality increasingly desperate as years passed. He saw Cade Skywalker's unique force healing abilities as the key to his survival. Cade's reluctant return to galactic significance began when he rescued Jedi Hosk Trailis and became entangled with Princess Marasiah Fel and Imperial Knight Antares Draco. His identity as a Skywalker eventually became known to all 3 factions, making him a target for capture or recruitment by everyone involved in the ongoing conflict. Krayt's obsession with converting Cade to the dark side led to torture sessions designed to break the young man's spirit and turn him into a willing apprentice. The Sith Lord believed that someone capable of unconsciously resurrecting a dead friend possessed power that could solve his medical problems while providing a worthy successor to his throne. Cade's near fall to darkness during his captivity echoed his grandfather's corruption by Palpatine decades earlier. Only the intervention of friends and his own inner strength prevented him from becoming the very thing his family had spent generations fighting against. His escape from Sith custody marked the beginning of his transformation from reluctant exile to galactic hero. The coalition that formed around Cade brought together survivors from all previous conflicts who recognized that Crate's regime threatened everything they valued. Jedi like Wolf Sazin and Azlyn Ray inspired him through their sacrifices, while political leaders like Admiral Stasi and Emperor Fel put aside their differences to face a common enemy. The Battle of Coruscant represented the culmination of everything the Star Wars saga had been building toward since its beginning. Multiple fleets converged on the galactic capital, while ground forces fought street by street to reach the Imperial Palace, where Crate had established his stronghold. Crate's resurrection after being killed by his own subordinate, Darth Wirelock, demonstrated the depths of Sith knowledge about cheating death. The Dark Lord returned stronger and more fanatical than ever, deploying Sith troopers whose loyalty was absolute and whose training emphasized death before surrender. Cade's final confrontation with Crate in the throne room was both a personal duel and a symbolic battle between hope and despair. The last Skywalker faced the embodiment of everything his family had opposed while carrying the weight of galactic civilization's survival on his shoulders. Crate's death came when Cade hurled his body into Coruscant's sun, ensuring that no Sith alchemy could bring the Dark Lord back again. The destruction was complete and final, eliminating a threat that had grown in secret for over a century while planning the perfect moment to strike. Emperor Rowan Fel's death at the hands of his own Imperial Knights prevented him from using a bioweapon that would have killed half of Coruscant's population to eliminate the remaining Sith. Antares Draco's decision to stop his own emperor showed that sometimes loyalty meant preventing those you serve from becoming monsters. Princess Marasiah Fel's ascension to the throne marked the beginning of a new era of cooperation between the Reformed Empire and Galactic Alliance. Her marriage to the ideals of justice and mercy rather than power and fear represented everything her grandfather Jagged Fel had hoped the Imperial system could become. The surviving Sith went underground after Crate's defeat, forming secret cells that would plague future generations while waiting for another opportunity to seize power. The one Sith had been defeated but not destroyed, ensuring that the eternal struggle between light and dark would continue in new forms. Jedi Master Kakrok emerged as leader of the rebuilt Jedi Order, bringing wisdom accumulated over centuries of service to the task of training new generations. As one of the few survivors from Yoda's era, he understood both the potential and the dangers of Force users in ways that younger masters could not match. Cade Skywalker's decision to step away from galactic politics after fulfilling his destiny reflected his character's rejection of traditional power structures. The man who had saved civilization chose to wander the space lanes as a maverick Jedi, helping individuals rather than governments while avoiding the corruption that seemed to follow concentrated authority. The cooperation between Empress Marasiah, President Stasi, and the Jedi Order created a government structure that balanced different approaches to leadership while maintaining checks against any single faction gaining too much power. Their alliance represented lessons learned from centuries of conflict about the importance of unity and compromise. The restoration of peace came at enormous cost in lives lost and worlds devastated during the Sith occupation. Rebuilding would take decades, while healing the psychological wounds left by Krait's regime would require even longer. But for the first time in generations, the galaxy could look forward to a future determined by hope rather than fear. The Skywalker legacy endured not just in Cade's actions, but in the example his family had set for others over more than a century of service. From Anakin's fall and redemption through Luke's restoration of the Jedi Order to Cade's final victory over the Sith, their story showed that individual choices could shape the destiny of entire civilizations. The Star Wars Legends timeline concluded with the galaxy entering a cautious new era where former enemies worked together while remaining vigilant against future threats. The cycle of Sith tyranny had been broken at least temporarily, but eternal vigilance would be required to prevent its return in new forms. The Jedi Order stood ready to serve as guardians of peace once again, having learned from past mistakes while maintaining their commitment to protecting all sentient life. Their partnership with secular governments provided the balance between spiritual guidance and practical governance that had been missing during previous eras. The galaxy's future remained uncertain but full of possibility. New heroes would emerge to face whatever challenges lay ahead while carrying forward the lessons learned through generations of conflict. The light had triumphed over darkness once again, but the price of freedom was eternal vigilance against those who would destroy it for their own gain.